Hello, internet. I'm gonna wait a second, see if see how many people come in. The dreams will begin momentarily. Prepare yourself for dreams. Hello, and welcome to the dreams. The dreams will begin momentarily. Perhaps I should add a notice that God, I don't remember how to use OBS. Let's see. Dreams will begin shortly. Let's make that, oh boy, how do you do this? That was really big. Dreams will begin shortly. Excellent. What more could you ask for than dreams? Anyway, there's a few people in the stream now. That's about all I need. So today, what we will be doing is not this, as much as everyone loves the adventures of Shark Boy and Lava Girl. That is not the primary purpose of this stream. As much as I might like it to be. Let's stop that. But no, what we are going to be doing today is taking a look at dreams. I didn't actually check to see if this game works, because it is a beta, and it is a little broken, and I've had trouble getting this game to actually run. I should probably also give it sound as well. This is Dreams, the exciting new game, if you can even call it that, from Media Molecule, creators of, what's it called, Little Big Planet. Streaming of the creator beta, as you know, is not permitted. It's not entirely accurate, because while this game was, at one point, under an NDA, they have in fact lifted the NDA on this beta, meaning anyone and everyone can share their dreams with the world. And if you don't know what Dreams is, it's basically a tool to create video games. It's basically an entire game engine running on the PlayStation 4, which is a pretty rad concept. Like, it's that idea from Little Big Planet and other games like Mario Maker and stuff, and Mod Nation Racers, but taken to the logical extreme, to where this thing is just a fully functional game engine. It's like even this character right here that I'm walking around my home space with. This character was created entirely in the game's tools, with the game's tool set. Like, obviously visually, there's not much going on here. It is just a Connie with some nice animations attached. But like all the logic and stuff, it's all handled entirely in game. I obviously did not make this. This was made by Media Molecule itself. But I have been finding myself. Yeah, I'm aware. I have been finding myself wanting to really get into this creator and like see what I can actually do with it. See how hard it is to make a game. But first, let's head over to Dream Surfing. This is meant to be, as you can see from the title, it is a creator's beta. So a lot of the curation tools and stuff that are going to be in the final version are not there, and instead we just sort of have this long list of things and some like light sorting and filtering tools to find other people's creations. But we can take a look at some of those just to see what's possible with this tool set. And why not start with the first thing on the list, Dreamiverse Dash. This was made, of course, by Media Molecule itself. You see it's got the same character, but now it's got significantly different handling, because this is more of a time trial racing game sort of thing, which I'm not very good at. And now that I'm playing in the OBS preview window, that is certainly not going to help my abilities. You can see this is just like a little 3D platformer sort of thing. Certainly not something you could make in Little Big Planet. It's definitely a lot more sophisticated. And I feel in some ways the Dreams toolset is specifically designed... Whoops, forgot those kill you. The Dreams toolset is to some degree designed for 3D platformers, but as we'll see in a bit as we continue looking through other people's creations, it can do just... I don't want to say anything, because there are definitely limitations. Not to mention that this is a beta. Visually nothing much going on here. I meant specifically the fact that the character design is literally just a cone. But now that this game, we'll talk more about its visuals in a bit, because that's another very interesting aspect of it. Yeah, as we'll see later, there are lots of things you can do in this game. So that was sort of like a basic 3D platformer. So here's one of the more visually impressive things, I think. Well, actually, now that the beta's been going on for a while, some people have made even more things. But look at this! This is just a completely different look and genre of game. It's this space dogfighting thing, which I don't think controls particularly well. But like, it's got a first-person view and all this stuff. Like, it's a powerful toolset. And here's another one here. This is a multiplayer game. A competitive party multiplayer game. Obviously, there's just the one of me here. It's not online multiplayer or anything. But this thing controls decently, honestly. I am noticing, however, I've got a bit of input latency with the capture setup. I could maybe well, hopefully that won't be too much trouble when we're just mucking about in the editor. If it does prove a problem, I might have to reconfigure my setup so I can actually see my TV or something. And then yeah, there's multiple mini games in that. And then there's stuff other people have made, which are well, yeah, someone recreated PT, which is pretty impressive. This is one of my favorites just because of the music. I don't know if you can hear it very well. Also, I just realized the music is totally doubled up. Sorry about that. Hopefully, let me know if the music is too loud or anything. I can't exactly monitor it very well. So yeah, you can totally like record audio using like the PlayStation microphone and stuff. You can do all sorts of crazy things. These boxes are physics, of course. Look at that. It's great. So yeah, there are so many games like this freaking rhythm game, this Guitar Hero clone. Oh, I guess I continued from where I was, so I skipped. Oh no, the latency is gonna make this. Latency is making this very difficult to play. That's my excuse. But yeah, Look at this! This is just a completely different genre of game from all those things we were looking at before. God, the latency is not great. That is entirely my capture setup's fault. Anyway, I'm getting totally distracted. One of my favorite games, even though there's not a whole lot going on, is, yeah, this. Marvelous. Oh, look, they added a menu. That's new. So, yeah, games can receive updates and stuff. Yeah, it's just this nice, pleasant marble game inspired by, well, I'll let you guess. But what's cool about this game is that it's got a sort of progression to it. So if I jump up here and I press this switch, it activates this little cutscene and raises this block. And you can see it broke that bridge. Then if I go up here, if I try anyway. Hold on. There we go. I go up here, oh no! Hold on, I just activated that checkpoint, so if I die, I should respawn up there. So yeah. Okay. That was entirely my fault. Anyway, this game has like a progression to it, and like eventually you unlock new abilities, and you get like a key, and you can open that door, and then you explore that dungeon, or you can get up there, and there's some other stuff up there. And what I like about this game is, right. So you can go into the editor and see how this game was put together, which is one of my favorite things to do in Mario Maker, is just like open other people's creations in the editor and see how they created all those different things. And one of my least favorite parts actually about this Dreams beta is that's not the default. Is by default creations are not editable. Hold on, let me reconfigure my setup here for a second so I can get a better look. Creations are by default not editable, and so you can't just go in and see how people made all those things unless they specifically mark their levels, or their games, I suppose, as remixable. But fortunately, this game is. And so you can kind of go in, like you can muck about with it. Like you can grab blocks and like just drag them all around, change how the level looks. Obviously, I'm doing that very half-heartedly. But moreover, you can look in the logic, see exactly how all this stuff is wired up to make the ball and the coins and the switches and all these different things actually function. So like we can go to Sonic, and I guess if we, whoops, okay, so I guess Sonic isn't an object. We can go into Sonic, and inside Sonic, it's a little finicky. Inside Sonic is this microcontroller, or this microchip, I guess they call it. And there's like all the literal spaghetti code that makes the Sonic ball happen. And like inside this microchip are further microchips. And then inside those are even more microchips. And yeah, that laid out in space for you to look at, well, I'm grabbing a wire, is the logic that makes Sonic go, which is pretty freaking cool, but also a little overwhelming. Like, if you look in, like, there's all these different menus, and if you look in just the logic menu alone, there's all these different tools you can use. Like, look at all of this stuff, all of these menu options. And this is all just under one menu option. This is all just the logic menu. And then there's all these different modes as well. Like, this is assembly mode. But then there's sculpt mode, which has its own set of menus. There's, I don't know, how do I exit? There's paint mode, which has its own set of menus. There's coat mode, which has its own set of menus. Style mode, effects mode, sound mode. Test mode does not have its own set of menus. Live, this is live in that this is a live stream. This game is not out yet, though. This is a beta, as they would have you call it. Media Molecule being British, as they are. Anyway. So yeah, if you've ever played Little Big Planet, any of the Little Big Planet games, you probably know... Whoops, I went too far back. You probably know that they have an extensive set of tutorials. Just hours and hours of tutorials, and tutorials within tutorials, and it's just so much. This game is no different. It's got a lot of tutorials, as you can see from this menu. Each of these menus has multiple tutorials inside it, and then each of those tutorials has multiple segments inside it. And so this is like hours worth of video and interactive tutorials and all. And I've gone through all of these tutorials. And to be fair, again, this is the beta, and they have said not all of the tutorials are in. They have not finished their tutorials by any means. But I've spent hours going through all the tutorials in this game, and I still barely know what I'm doing. Like, if I want to go in and just start fresh and make a video game, well, here's what you get. You get this gray concrete slab, and just menus upon menus upon menus, and, like, you're kind of on your own. So that's what I wanted to do this stream for, is I have not really dove in and tried to understand these tools at a deep level yet. And I don't think I'm going to before this beta ends, which is like this week on Tuesday or something. But I want to try to make a game. I want to try something that could reasonably be called a video game, and then like share it online so that it'll survive the beta purge. And yeah, hopefully when the actual game comes out, it'll have a more complete set of tutorials. Anyway, that's what this stream is. I am going to strap myself into dreams for however long it takes to make something that could reasonably be called a video game, and hopefully by the end I'll have succeeded. So yeah, let me talk about my vision, because you can't go into making a game without having a vision, of course. So let me reconfigure my stream setup. I love Shark Boy. I want to make the Manaphy game, and if you have not seen or heard of the Manaphy game, I would not blame you, because when you search for the Manaphy game on YouTube, you don't actually get any... Oh no, here we are. You have to scroll way down. But then you find my video on the Manaphy game. I don't know why this is such low quality. But, yeah, this was a video game. Oh boy, that's loud. Why is this such a low quality video? I can't believe I made this. But anyway, the Manaphy game is a game that I made a long time ago. Wait, why is this running at such... Okay, there it goes. It just took a second. Why is my voice so tight? This is an awful video. I seem to remember this video being, like listen to 2011. Jeez. That was 8 years ago that I made this video. I made the game, like, Lord knows how long ago. Does it? Oh, yeah, Yo-Yo Games is... Or the Yo-Yo Games sandbox is dead, I guess. So you can no longer... Well, okay, I have a Dropbox link. So I guess you could still download the Manaphy game. But anyway, this was a game that I made with my friend when I was, like, I don't know, 12 or something, in Game Maker. Let me skip ahead. It is... Oh boy, why is this video running at such a awful frame rate? That is so bizarre. Anyway, it's a very generic shoot 'em up featuring Manaphy, the Pokemon. And yeah, it was made in Game Maker. And as it turns out, shoot 'em ups are a relatively simple genre of game to make if you've already got a game engine with like collision detection and movement and all that stuff. Shoot 'em ups are pretty easy in terms of the logic involved, and this is pretty basic as far as shoot 'em ups go. So I feel like recreating something as basic as the Manaphy game in Dreams should be entirely reasonable, if you ask me. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to succeed at all. I don't know what it's going to look like. I don't know if I'm even going to be able to figure out like basic stuff like instancing, right? Like shooting a bullet. How do you make bullets? There's no tutorial on that. And I'm sure I could go to whatever the website is, like indreams.me, and they have more video stuff there, more tutorials. They have forums where other people have tried to make tutorials. And also, one of the cool things about Dreams is that you can search online, and you can just sort of find creations that other people have made, like this thing. I don't know what exactly I just made. But anyway, the point is you can take in other people's creations into your own. So like if someone made a cool character controller or something, you can steal their, like here, this first person character rig. Oh boy, look at this. This is like a whole thing. And then you can just sort of stamp that in. There appears to be a lot going on with whatever it was I just imported. Yeah, this appears to be it's a first-person character controller and a level to go along with it. I guess theoretically, if I wanted to, I could just delete the level. Oh, whoops. I guess I would have to scope in, delete the level, or just like extract the character controller or something. Anyway, I guess if I go into play mode, yeah, so now I'm playing this first-person shooter that someone else made, and then I can remix it and modify it and take elements from it. And on top of that, they'll get credit for anything they made. If I then upload my creation, whoever made this character controller will get credit for it. And of course, Media Molecule themselves, the developers, are making a lot of... Let's see, what is that? R2 to grab? That does not... R2 is shoot, actually. Duck. Oh yeah, I can duck through here. There you go. Media Molecule themselves are also making a lot of assets that you can use. Whoops. Oh no. Oh no. That you can use in your own creations. But again, this being a beta, a lot of that stuff is not in there. Let's see if I go into. So yeah, you can see there's all these different categories of things you can share. So you can share like character controllers. You can you can share sculptures, which are basically just 3D models. So like this thing, you can, if I wanted to, I could import this thing into my creation and use it as like an enemy or something since I have no artistic talent of my own. You know, I could just take these things that other people have made, or contraptions. So people have made, yeah, like a working calculator. But I think if you... Oh yeah, so you see like a frame rate sensor. So this will just display like an FPS counter in the corner of the screen. And it's just this microchip that you stick in your level somewhere. And it works its magic. And so yeah, here's a third-person shooter controller. The switches, and people have made like... Yeah, math gadgets. So like Dreams doesn't have trigonometric functions. But people have just made, hey, here's a sine function that I have made into a microchip, and then you can import that into your creations, and congratulations, now you have the sine function, which is a pretty useful one when you're making video games. It's honestly surprising that that Dreams doesn't have that to begin with. And yeah, the derivative and all these different things, distance between 2 points, that stuff is great. And music, there's so much music, a lot of which is going to be stolen. Like here's Animal Crossing New Leaf 1 a.m. that someone has created. And sure enough, let me turn it up. That is indeed an Animal Crossing song. And so I can remix that, and you can see here's the song. I can play it and watch the playhead go. Oh, it's a little annoying navigating this in 3D space. But yeah, then I could just take this song and use it in my own creations, which would, and yeah, the person who created this in Dreams, not the person who created the actual song. The person who created this in Dreams will then get credit for me using that. And like all of that is super cool. And oh yeah, you can hear the I heard the, oh yeah, you can import sound effects too. So here's oof. Well, let me turn that up so you can hear it. Oof. Or okay, I apologize for that. So yeah, this Dreams is freaking cool, man, and people have made some pretty crazy stuff even in the short amount of time that the beta has been running. But I want to make my own thing. I want to make the Manaphy game in Dreams, and in particular, maybe this is misguided. Maybe I'm going down a deep rabbit hole that I really shouldn't. I want to make it as much from scratch as I can. I don't want to use prefabs. I don't want to use other people's creations. I want to create everything myself and see what I can do starting from nothing. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to make the Manaphy game. Step 1, delete this black slab. Great. Now we have literally nothing to work with. I don't even know which way, oh, you know which way is up. I don't know which way is forward anymore. I don't think that matters. I don't think this game has a coordinate system, so to speak. I think everything is in terms of local coordinates. It's immensely confusing, and again, there are no tutorials to explain any of it. But to start with, I'm going to make Manaphy, right? I think that's a pretty good place to start. And so what I've learned from the tutorials is we need to go into sculpt mode. And so this, I think this is where the game is really going to shine when it's in VR, because the full version of the game is going to have PlayStation VR support. But this beta does not have it. So PlayStation VR support, and then also Move controller support. Unfortunately, I can't really use the Move controllers right now because I'm not sitting in front of my TV, and by extension, I'm not sitting in front of the PlayStation camera. So I'm stuck using the DualShock's motion controls, which are not great for this purpose. This purpose being sculpting. So yeah, you can, there are lots of tools in this menu for creating 3D models, and I don't think I'm going to be able to create anything crazy. So I think this is definitely going to be programmer art, and hopefully hopefully that's okay with everyone. But I'm going to do the most basic thing. I'm going to go into the stamp shape, then I'm going to go into shapes, and I feel like there should be, let's see, so there's a cylinder, but I feel like there should be a capsule shape. So I wonder if I make a sphere? Stamp. So I take a sphere, and then is there, you generate automatic worlds. Probably. I don't know if there are any specific tools for that, but you can totally, like, program. Okay, so then if I use the stretch tool, that's not quite a capsule, that's more of an egg shape. which isn't quite what I intended. But this is going to be our Manaphy. This is going to be our player character. So I want them to just be a sort of egg shape. And I think that's maybe a little shorter. Maybe that's good. Does that I guess I could give them a face. Anyway, that's going to be our character. So let me scope out. And then we can go into, I think, paint mode is for making like fuck, what's it called? Google's VR drawing thing. What is that thing called? I own it. Let me check my Steam library because I can't remember what that thing is called. Tilt brush. Like tilt brush. That's basically what paint mode is. Coat mode, I think, is for drawing textures onto sculptures. So obviously the first thing we're going to want to do if we're making Manaphy is to make it blue. There we go. That's pretty blue. Stick a sphere on top. Yeah, I guess I could just make it slightly. Let me look up a picture of Manaphy for reference. So that is going to be, I spelled it completely wrong, which is impressive. Okay, so actually, yeah, Manaphy. Hold on, I think I can make a convincing Manaphy. Let me see if I can get this picture into OBS, maybe. Again, I barely remember how to use OBS. Save image. Drag. Can I just... Okay, there we go. Here's our Manaphy for reference. This is what we're going to try to create a rough approximation of. So let's start from scratch, actually. Let's start from scratch with the goal in mind of making something that could almost feasibly be considered Manaphy. So let's go into modes, sculpt. And so we want to create a sort of triangle, like a cone for a base, right? Oh, whoops, I'm in smear mode, which is not quite what we want. We want to stamp, right? And so then I think if we go into tools, let's see. I forget how you do this. But there's a way. What does looseness do? Is that what I want? Let's see. Is it a guide? But there's a way to like morph two shapes together. Okay, I guess Manaphy should be like a little shiny. Like a shiny wax? Yeah, sure. But is it even in looseness? What does that do exactly? That's... Oh wait, is it in here? No. Let's see. Tools. Let's see, we have tools, add and subtract, shapes, colors, flex, finishes, guides, and then show and hide. So I'm thinking it's not in here. Right hand side, edit shape. Hold on, let's go back in here. Right hand side. Wait, no. I didn't want to start a new sculpture. Where is it? You're going to have to provide more specific detail because unfortunately, I don't remember the tutorials. Pick the shape. Okay. I've picked. I want to add, let's say, a sphere on top. Okay. Continue providing instructions, please. The right side? Oh, here, edit shape. Okay. God, there's so many menus hidden. Thank you. There's so many menus hidden in so many places. So let's see. Well, okay. Okay. So, oh boy. How do I do what I want? Give me. Okay. Let's stick that there. Okay. I guess that's kind of what I wanted. Wait, hold on. Okay, pick the shape. Pick the sphere. Edit shape. Oh wait, why am I in... Oh man. And then you can stamp. Oh boy. So is this... Is this... Okay, yeah, I guess you have to be in the stamp tool. Why does it default to the smear tool? Like, okay, now we're in stamp tool. We go to edit. Okay, now we have the blend tool. Okay? So now, okay, excellent. Look at that. It blends. It blends the sphere and the cone. Okay, but I don't want it to blend that much. Do I want it to... Is that more like... Oh, okay, that's more like what I want, I think. Boom. That's not centered. We're off to a wonderful start. I'm glad I've got someone... Oh, no. Oh, no. This is not going to go well. I'm glad I've got someone in the comments who seems to know what they're doing. See, that's the thing. Just aligning things. I know I can use, like, the guides or something. Like, what guide exactly would I want here? Would surface snap help me at all here? Somehow, I doubt it. Yeah, that's just gonna, like... That's not quite gonna do what I want, I don't think. Or... Actually... Yeah, I guess that actually did do what I wanted. So there we go. Oh yeah, we could use... Okay, so now let's go into mirror mode. And let's... I want to make the arms next. So I don't know what the curve tool does. That's not... Well, actually, we've sort of made like a me. Let's see, am I still in stamp mode? Yeah, I'm still in stamp mode. Yeah, right now I'm just trying to make the arms of Manaphy. That's close. Okay, edit. Oh, so do you edit the curve? Oh, I see. Now we have like a Bezier curve sort of dealio. Okay. Okay, so let's undo those arms I made. Okay, look at that. Look at that. Manaphy has got some beautiful hot... Those actually look not completely terrible. I'm going to say that's exactly what I was going for. And I guess we can kind of do the same thing for the little loopy. For like the head loopy thing. Okay, I guess it's this one that it wants me to edit because it's like mirrored. So let's sort of stretch this thing out. Let's grab the end. I guess you wrote... Oh, wait, so did that like taper off the end of it? Oh, interesting. I wonder if I can like taper off... No, I want it to like taper off in the middle. but that's probably asking too much. And I'm still not used to navigating in this 3D world. Again, that's something that I think will be better with the VR. Anyway, we've got these sort of devil horn looking things that we can I can't quite see how they're going. Let's zoopity boop. That's not hold on, I need them to be like together. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Hold on. I've almost got it. Okay, but now they're going the wrong way. So if I just go like this. Hold on, why am I so far away from it? Okay. Okay. Okay, I know exactly what I'm doing now. We want to just put the devil horns right there. Perfect. Beautiful. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. This is not good. This is not a good thing that I've made. Anyway, it is obvious what we have to do last. We're going to take a sphere. I'm going to shrink it way down. I'm going to stick it on the end. We're going to stick it. Oh boy. Again, this is going to be way easier in VR. Oh, I think it snapped on for a second there. Hold on. Let's zoom way in and just kind of boop. Does that did I do it? There. Okay, that's not quite. It's not quite. Let's get it on the end like we did before. The surface snap does at least seem to be cooperative enough. Okay. Okay. Whoops. And there we go. That is Manaphy. Well, that's our 3D model that we're going to work with, and we're going to call Manaphy. So let's go into coat. Let's pick, so yeah, we want this shiny finish, and we want this sort of light blue color, and then we just sort of blew it up. There we go. That's perfect. And so, let's see. So yeah, if you want to like spray paint, the spray paint tool is in here. Not that dark. Yeah, I guess. Let's go back into coat mode. Do you think I should take this lighter blue here? Yeah, I guess that does look a little better. Let me take this darker one and apply it like a little bit, maybe? There, I think that looks good. Well, good. Good is a very relative term with what we're doing here. Anyway, I guess we can continue using mirror mode with the spray paint tool, which is pretty cool. So Manaphy has these like dark green, oh boy, eyes. Hold on, why isn't it? Hold on, don't you have to like press a button or something? Oh, let's see, tools, spray paint. How do you... Why isn't it spray paint? Like, it is snapping to the surface. It's just not doing anything? Colors. Green. Like, it's a different color. And a shape. If we use, like, a cube or something. Would that help? Like, it's going... Is it because I used coat tool? Should I not have, like, used coat tool? Like, is coat tool overriding my spray paint? Let's try going in. Let's go back into coat tool. How do I... Oh, okay. Okay, so I guess coat tool will override spray paint, which I guess makes sense. So really what we want to do is just exclusively use spray paint if we want to get like textures. If you want to get all textury. So in that case, we use the spray paint tool to make Manaphy blue. Beautiful. Beautiful. It's a different shade than what we had before, but you know, I'm just gonna live with that. And now we take, I guess that's more of a dark blue really for the eyes. Okay, fine. I will make Manaphy a lighter blue. That's beautiful. And then we take this dark blue and we make the eyes. Excellent. And then we take this like light brown color and we make the highlights around the eyes. And those little thingies. And we can take like a black and connect them. Perfect. Perfect. This is going wonderfully. Now we take a light red and we can make a mouth sort of shape. That doesn't quite go all the way. There we go. Perfect. And then we can go down to the chesticle area. I'm sorry I said that word. That's an unpleasant word. And we're going to make, well, that's not quite where the mirror is. We're going to make a gemmy sort of thing. That's a bit too round. That's a bit not round enough. That's as good as I'm going to get, if I'm being honest. Let's color in between the lines as we learned in elementary school. Excellent. And then we're going to take that tan shape again, or tan shade rather, and make a little belly button thingy. And there we go. There it's it's the spitting image. Really. I can't tell the difference. Let's turn the guides off and just admire our creation. So that's our Manaphy. Oh wait, I missed a spot. I missed a spot. I missed a spot with the spray paint tool, but you know what? It's kind of a cool effect. It gives our Manaphy its own unique flair. And since this is a shoot 'em up, we're obviously going to be seeing him entirely from the side, and you kind of can't even tell what it's supposed to be. But that's okay. Oh, I also might have missed a spot on the bottom. But you know what? We're we're just gonna live with that, really. Anyway, that is Manaphy created. Let's turn that guide off. Now, if you'll recall from the Manaphy game, the very first enemies are Magikarp. So we are also going to have to create enemies, and we're going to have to create projectiles. Fortunately, projectiles are just bubbles, and bubbles are spheres. So that much is easy. And Magikarp, I have a feeling we're not going to put too much effort into. So let's head back in to sculpt mode, and let's see if we can't make a Magikarp. Let's see, what shape would be a good base for a Magikarp? How about a filled donut? And then we just sort of rotate it 90 degrees. And then we can go into the Edit Shape tool, which I now know about. Okay, so that's just gonna like scale it. That's not. We're gonna have to use the Stretch tool, I guess, to actually stretch it in one dimension. So let's go with this for now. Okay, and then let's go into the Stretch tool and grab our. Oh no! See, that's stretching it in multiple dimensions. I only want to stretch it in the one dimension. Is there no way to do that? I only want to stretch it in one axis, but it's actually just stretching the whole shebang. So maybe that's not quite what we want. Let's see. Anyway, what if we then just sort of take a wedge, rotating things is not ideal, not an ideal experience, let me tell you. Okay, whoop, okay, let's edit this wedge shape into sort of a tail shape, right? You with me so far? And then what if we just kinda boop? And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only Magikarp. And now we can go into the spray paint tool. We can go into colors. We can go into the oranges. We can pick a lovely shade of orange. Then I think I'm going to have to turn the surface snap guide back on and pick a better shape for painting with. And there you have it. Magikarp. Let me make sure I get every side. Let's, this is already perfect. But just so you can appreciate how perfect it is, let me pull up a reference photo of Magikarp so you can see just exactly how perfect this recreation was. It truly cannot be topped. Maybe I'll go into the whites and give it an eye. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. And there you go. There you have it. Okay, fine. Do you want a fin as well? Let's give it a more... I wonder if I could use that same wedge shape and just sort of... that's not going to quite do what I want. But we can... I could use like the curve shape. But what if we just use the sphere shape and just kind of... Perfect. There we go. That is a Magikarp if I've ever seen one. And don't let anyone tell you I should have like mirrored that so it would be on the other side. But whatever. We're never going to see the backside of Magikarp because this is going to be what we in the business like to call a 2.5D video game. So anyway, for the first screen of the Manaphy game, let me pull that up again in case you weren't here. Let's see, where is it? Display capture. And here is the Manaphy game. Let me pull up the first screen of the Manaphy game. For your reference, this is what the first... This is basically what we're... this is not actually... That wasn't actually the official version of the Manaphy game. That was like a fan mod, if we're gonna be generous and call it that. But this is what we're... Oh, whoops. Magikarp's still there. Sorry. Let me get rid of Magikarp. Boop. There we go. This is basically what we're trying to recreate here. We've got these 5 Magikarp. Magikarp, of course, cannot attack. So this first screen of the Manaphy game is very easy. We have Manaphy, who just has the world's most basic character controller. I don't really know what gender to use. I guess Manaphy is genderless, being a legendary and all. But Manaphy can move up, down, left, and right, and Manaphy can shoot. And when Manaphy shoots, bubbles will come out. They're supposed to come out more of the face area. Again, this is a mod that we're looking at here. This wasn't the official Manaphy game. And that is basically what we're trying to recreate here in Dreams. And I think I know how to do most of that. I think that should be pretty simple. What I don't know how to do in Dreams is instancing. I don't know how because like objects, right? Objects are an important concept in programming, especially in programming video games. And so like each one of these bullets, each one of these Magikarp is an object, and so they share behavior, right? They share properties and code, essentially. Not that it's really called code in Dreams, but in Dream speak they would share logic, right? And you can create new instances, right? I can say like create a new bubble, and a new bubble will appear, and it will be identical to every other bubble. And then you can create subclasses, sub-instances, that sort of thing. So it can create an enemy bubble, which has similar properties to the player's bubble, except with some slight differences. I don't know how to do that in Dreams, because that was not in any of the tutorials. Dreams has a concept called cloning, where you can just create a copy of an object. Oh, can you lock out the Z-axis? I know that's a thing you can do in, like, real game engines, but I don't... can you do that in Dreams? Okay, great. Fortunately, we have Dreams experts in the chat to help me along in this journey to learn how the hell to use Dreams. So can you do that? Will that be in a guide somewhere? Or auto guides? Yeah, how do auto guides work? Explain the secrets of Dreams to me. In the meantime, you can emit. Okay, so there are like emitters or something? Okay. Great. We're going to be able to make a video game. Just you wait. It's going to be perfect. But first, whoops, we need to go into sculpt mode and we need to make a bubble. I'm assuming we would want to make it now and not like in another scene or something. Anyway, let's make sure we get the bubble about the right size for the Manaphy game. I think right about here should be a good size. So, boop, bubble, boom, it's perfect. It's perfect. So let's see. I know you can make transparent things in Dreams because I've seen it, but I don't know how to do that. So what if I don't know what menu that would even be under. Let's start by making a shiny blue thing, and let's make it sort of a light blue. Whoops, that's not the paint mode. That's the smear. This is just the one sphere, right? I wasn't in smear mode, was I? Well, whatever. Let's go into... What am I looking for? The spray paint tool. Let's paint this bubble blue. And see, if this were like a 2D drawing application, I'd want to add like a specular highlight or something. But fortunately, it's 3D. Dream says extensive lighting control and stuff. So, oh boy, I am in way too far. I can see the flex. I can see the flex. Okay. So that's our bubble. But how do you make it transparent is what I want to know. Is that in this menu somewhere? Let's see. Tint amount, color saturation, hue cycle, shininess. I want it like super... I guess this end is super shiny and this end is super rough. Is that what I'm looking at? Let's see. What is this? Waxiness, metalness. The right is more metallic and the left is more waxy. I guess metallic is maybe more like what I'm looking for. Emit light. No, I don't think it should glow. You can't make sculpts transparent. Oh, is it only paint that you can make transparent? I guess it doesn't really matter much. They were never transparent in the original Manaphy game. But you'd think you could just set like opacity or something. I'm gonna look through all these menus anyway, just so I can see. Oh yeah, we can mess with the flex, but again, let's. I don't know how I feel about it being metallic. Maybe waxy is more what we're looking for. Yeah, I guess you can mess with inner and outer tints. Let's see, where would that be? Oh, inner properties and outer properties. So what does that mean? Does that mean like literally the inside of the object? Oh, you could use actual prize bubbles. Oh, you know, that's an idea. Anyway though, let's go with this bubble for now. Oh, I somehow missed a spot. I always do that. Not that you can ever see the back of it. But, I guess I still have it. There we go. Oh, okay. So you have the fleck color and then the space between the flecks. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. So here's our three objects. Right? We have made... Well, I guess we could make like a background too. How do you make skyboxes? Well, okay. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's make some logic. That's the real meat of this for me as a programmer. And as you might be able to guess, not an artist. The programming is really what interests me about Dreams. So... let's dig into the logic menu. So, I'm pretty sure making Magikarp move using like keyframes and stuff is going to be pretty simple. Yeah, I can look up tutorials and I know... Well, first, can you like manually save? Quick save. Yeah, I should probably save regularly. I don't know if this thing auto-saves. Let me get into that. Somehow, I don't think it's going to auto-complete Manaphy. The Manaphy game. Beautiful. Okay. Yeah, what all is in this menu? You can play, remix, save. Oh, save versions. So you can have version control almost. Preferences, yeah, that's just the default preferences menu. Help, tell me more about help. And then exit. It just shows you how to lock out Z-axis. Yeah, I should look up tutorials, but I also kind of want to just wing it, you know? Which maybe that's misguided, and not to mention I already have people in the chat helping me. But okay, sure. Let's look up. What is it? Is it on? I guess I'll Google. I don't know if it's on YouTube. Dreams 2D tutorial, or is it on In Dreams? Because that won't be. See, that's the thing. Dreams is such a generic name. Wait, is it actually in Dreams itself? Hold on. So like, whoops, I am in the wrong menu. I am in a bad place. Okay. 2D. Whoops, that's not the letter D. 2D. Real. I don't see it. Where is it? Like, go to level search? So like, dream surfing? Oh no, I'm leveling up. Like here? 2D. Okay, I typed 2D. No, okay, so what? So dream shaping, browse. Browse all. Search. I'm gonna search for 2D. Okay. And what am I looking for? How to 2D platformer? Wait, the first one? 2D platformer example. I don't think. Okay. Put a follower on your character, following a tag called center, and make it follow only on the Z-axis with full strength. Make sure the second follower tweak page, the strength for Y and X are 0. Create a tag called center in the middle of the level. Okay. Oh. I see. Okay. But this seems like it's only if you want to use puppets, which, is there actually a reason to use puppets? I kind of just want to make something without using puppets. And I don't know if that's a bad idea or not. But, like, I'm not making a 3D platformer, right? How do I edit? I don't see a remix button. How do we go into edit mode? It'll work, but is it necessary? I mean, I guess if it's a physics object. Okay, use grid precise to make a level on that plane. Use a camera pointer gadget to make it follow side on. Feel free to remix this. It says feel free to remix this, but there's no remix option. I don't... Whatever. Yeah, like, I kind of want to just make it entirely using movers. Oh, yeah, let's release it. It's perfect. It's beautiful. Whoops, I meant actually edit. Okay. Let's get Magikarp and the bubble out of the way. And let's get Manaphy working. So I think, my understanding, is the first thing I'm going to want to do is take a microchip and just stick it on the side of Manaphy's head. Is that a good place to start? Because as a programmer... Oh yeah, see look, it's sort of like wired... It's just wired this electrode into Manaphy's head, which is a bizarre concept frankly speaking. But, that seems like what I want to start with, is just place a microchip on the side of Manaphy's head and just do everything inside here. What game is this? This is Dreams. Well, this is the Manaphy game, my wonderful creation that I have created, or that I am in the process of creating, and I will be creating for probably the next several hours. Okay. So based off what I've seen from Sonic, whoops. Sonic is like one of the few remixable games that I've actually gone in and studied to see how the hell they made this thing. Since I want Manaphy to be movable, but I don't want it to be, I want it to basically ignore physics. I want collision detection, but I don't want anything else. Right? So like I want to ignore gravity. I want it to be collidable, visible, friction. No friction. No bounce. Oh, squashiness. Oh, that's so fun. We'll play with squashiness later, because if we could get Manaphy to like squish and slide around as it moves, that would be pretty cool. Density. What does that even affect? It would affect how physics and gravity. 100% is like steel. 2% is like polystyrene. Okay. We want the imp to just... We don't want the imp to exist at all. The imp is not relevant here. Okay, so yeah, you can set collision labels. And, oh, somehow I've put this thing behind the other thing. And then, okay, yeah, then you can label it. So, let's see. Oh, boy. Boil, flow, wave. Okay, so these are all, like, effects on the flex, I think. Okay. I don't want to possess it, though. I don't... Something... Maybe I'm just fighting the game, but something about its whole concept of possession and puppets and all this stuff, I just want to, like, ignore all of that and treat this as if it's a normal-ass game engine, where there's nothing special about the player character, or, like, maybe that's misguided. Maybe that's a bad idea. But I just kind of, well, let me play some stuff down. So I know input and output, we want to make a controller sensor. Whoops. Controller sensor. Good start. And that's where we can control possession and stuff. Like I made a cube. This is not my first rodeo. I've made a cube that you can possess. It will not be a 2D plat. Here, let me show you the Manaphy game again. Let me show you the Manaphy game again. Hold on, where did it go? I had it open. Was it in this window? Yeah. I know if I was making a 2D platformer with like physics and stuff, then yes, I would obviously want to use all the nice puppet stuff. But I'm not. I'm not making a 2D platformer or a 3D platformer. I am making a 2D shoot 'em up. What should theoretically, based on my experience with real game engines, should be like the easiest. I know this isn't the puppet interface. I've seen the puppet interface, and it also immensely confuses me. This should be the easiest game to make in a normal game engine. And I know that might not be true in Dreams, because Dreams is very much tailored towards platformers. But this is what I'm going for. This is what I'm going to try to make. So I think we want it to just not be possessed. We want to ignore all the possession stuff. Let's see, what does this do? Disables all controller input. Oh, for like cutscenes and stuff. Okay. And that also means we want this wire does nothing. Just delete it. That's the circle button. Oh, and then we also need to set the controller to be universal. Right, so we don't want no possession, we want remote controllable. Okay. Oh, whoops, and I don't want its respawn logic or anything. I want to go in like this. Oh, but see now, this thing has its own axis. Like its own coordinate system. And I was reading on this a little bit. Like how there is no global coordinate system. It's just every... But this looks almost like what we want. Right? Like, because I stuck it... Oh, is there like a view... Can I just get it to show that thing all the time? I want to be able to like go around... Well, anyway. Ah. Okay. So we have a controller sensor, and then let's say we want a mover, right? Ah, mover. And then we also need a splitter. I think I'm on the right track here. But we'll see. There are dreams experts in the chat to help me out when I inevitably go down the extremely wrong path. So we want to wire the left stick into the splitter. That splits it out into X and Y. And then we need to control the X. We don't care about the Z axis. Normally if we were creating a 2D or like a 3D platform, we'd want the X and the Z axis. But we want to move in the X and the Y. So I think X and Y should actually correspond to X and Y. Right? Let's open this thing too so it's just less confusing. And then Z we want to just be 0. So we don't want it to move in the Z at all. And we want those to be global. I don't have any beta codes to give away. Or do we want those to be local? Let's play and see what happens. It's still moving the camera. Oh. So do we... Is this Little Big Planet 4? Sure. If you want to call it that. Okay, I have to admit, I was expecting this to do something. Not nothing. Okay, so fine. What if we just make it possessible and force possession? What if we do that instead? Okay. Man, if he's moving just very slowly. I think. How do I make it faster? Is that damping? Do I want to change damping? Okay. So X, we want to turn down. Let's turn him like way down. Let's turn him down to 0, see what happens. That seems like a good idea. Okay. Am I falling? Why am I falling? I turned off gravity. Oh, and then strength. Strength up. Okay. And I think I do want it to be in local space. So then I can control my axis. Okay. But the Z should just be 0. And Manaphy is set to ignore gravity. So Why am I falling? I shouldn't... Hold on, let me rewind first. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Let me rewind. Now I'm all the way up here. Okay. Why was I falling? Turn off movable? Is that what I want? Oh boy, it goes really fast now. Oh no, it doesn't stop. That might be what damping is. Oh man. Where is the level? How do I get back to the level? Where is it? How do I find it? Yeah, I rewound, but the camera was over here where Manaphy ended up. So how do I go back to where Manaphy is? Oh, play mode. Okay. Yeah, you know that would... Okay. Thank you. I would be lost, even more lost without you. Okay. So, I think we need damping. Of some amount. The game does not at any point explain what damping is, but I think from context clues, I can kind of figure it out. Okay. The camera is not cooperating, and we're gonna have to work on that. What if we turn damping all the way up? Because that's kind of what I want, I think. I want it to go, and then when I let go of the button, I want it to not go. Okay, it's moving and it's stopping, but not quite in the direction I want. Oh, you know what? I wonder if I'm using like the wrong left stick. Okay, yeah, I want it to ignore the camera because we haven't set the camera up yet. The camera is just off doing its own thing. So I don't think we actually want this left stick, which is relative to the camera. We want this left stick, which is relative to the microchip. That's this thing. And these things are both aligned because they're both on the same microchip and I haven't messed with them. So now my controller axes and my mover axes should be one and the same. I think. And so now, where is Magikarp? Hold on, I didn't rewind. Whoops, but there they are. Okay, I understand now. It's backwards. Down is up and up is down, I think. Where is Magikarp, though? Because that's my only frame of reference for anything. Okay. Okay, yeah. That is definitely the issue now. Up is down, and down is up. How did you get the beta? They had open signups. Those are long over now. You're out of luck. Okay. I understand. So it's specifically the Y... Well, for one thing, the Y-axis is a little... Just a little slanty. I'm gonna have to fix that at some point. But for now, what we need to do is reverse it. Camera pointer. Okay, well let's quick save real quick. Now that we have something almost functional. Yeah, 20 people. That's not quite a record. But thank you for putting up with this. I don't think I would have the patience to sit down and figure this thing out without an audience. Okay. Where... Okay, I'm guessing that would be under camera. Camera pointer. Okay. Good. What... Always press the wrong button. That's not... What have I done? What am I... Where am I? Okay. Camera pointer. How does this thing work? Tell me what... So I know you can, like, hover over things here. Oh, in the scene, not on the... Okay. Boop. Eh. Oh, okay. So it has, like, a... Okay, but I don't want you to go... When can I buy this game at GameStop? They have not said. Okay, so I know you can hover over things up here for, like, 5 years, and it'll pop up a tooltip. And they also have the website that has that information as well. The controller sensor lets you set up the player's general view when they are possessing something. They can obviously control it themselves. Sometimes you want to take over. Pointers activate when a possessed puppet walks past, and while under their influence, the camera does only what you want it to. Maybe to be kind of an easier view for trigger platforming to stop them from looking around your looks best in one view environment. Okay. Camera pointer will take over and point the camera and stop the player from moving it around until you switch it off with logic or another pointer takes over. Stamp a puppet and a camera pointer. Okay. So let's see. What can we do with it? Sticky! When on and the pointer is activated, the camera is locked to the pointer's position. That sounds like what I want. Zoom multiplier. Okay, so we're gonna have to... Is there no, like, preview? Can I see what the camera... Okay, I need to close this microchip because it's just gonna keep snapping. Oh, is the green arrow the camera? Oh, wait, it has like an arrow on it. Wait, what are the two arrows? That is not... Okay. Okay, tilt. We want tilt to be 0. You want yaw. Okay, so apparently this is forward in Dreamsland. That's interesting, because that is not the axis we have been building our game on. Whoops, wrong way. Okay, let's set everything to 0. Hopefully that will not cause any issues at any point. But in the meantime, let's point this thing vaguely in the direction... You know what? The grid. Actually, yeah, this game has a grid, doesn't it? You know? And then, yeah, precision move. Okay. You know, that makes a lot of sense, actually. That we should have been using the grid from the start. So what if we take Manaphy, snap to the grid, but not that way? No, not that way either. No, not quite. Almost. Almost. Nope. Not. You're not. You're not. How do I rotate? Delete and grab new one. A new what? Okay. There's Manaphy, but now... Did that screw up these? These axes look like they're aligned. Oh no, not quite. A new camera pointer. The camera pointer I think is fine. The camera pointer's on the grid. Look at that. That's, like, on the grid. My only concern now is Manaphy. Oh my god, it keeps snapping to the microchip. I hate everything. I think I can just go in here and reset everything to 0. And all will be well. And everything will be... Okay, Zero's the other way, evidently. Okay, let's see what we've created. Look at that! Okay, it's still upside down. Sorry, I think I just clipped the mic. Look at that. This is like exactly what I wanted. I should have turned the grid on a long time ago. I don't know why I didn't. Okay, you can't tell, but the controls are inverted, which is definitely not what we want and makes this a lot harder to control than you'd think. I also think the movement is not quite on the grid, but we can solve that later. Because that y-axis is not aligned with that grid. And somehow I feel the x-axis is not either. And that's going to be a problem that we will solve later. Okay, so we just need to invert the y-axis. There's got to be something in gadgets that will do that. Let's take a look. I wonder if you could just use a not gate. Actually, yeah. Would a not gate negate a number? It shouldn't. Yeah, no, that's only going to be for booleans. When will you end the stream? When we have something that functionally is considered a video game. Let's see. Counters, and, or, zor, not, selector, exclusive gate, signal manipulator. That could do what we want, maybe. Whoops. Somehow I closed everything. Invert. That sounds like exactly what we want, right? Let's take this wire. Whoops, that's not what I want to do. Let's just delete the wire. I don't know if there's a way to... Wait. It doesn't... There. Signal. And then take that. Connect that to that. Yeah, it's all motion controls. You can also use the move controllers. And theoretically, once this game is fully out, it will have VR support as well. And so I think VR plus the move controllers is going to be the ideal way to play this game. I do have the move controllers, but I'm sitting in front of my computer, so I don't have the PlayStation camera over here, so I can't use them. I don't think I'd want to, though, because it's not in VR yet. And using the move controllers on a 2D television screen is not super pleasant. And then you have to pick up the DualShock to go into test mode. You don't have to. But anyway, okay, we have inverted the y-axis. Let's see if it... Whoa. That's not what I wanted. That did not do what I wanted. He just goes up now. He just goes up now. He just goes up now. Okay. Not quite. Hold on, let's quick save. Regularly. I don't trust this game not to crash. Okay, Manaphy, come back. Something screwed up here. We want to invert input. Does that... Oh, turns a 0 into a 1. That's not... That's not really what I wanted. I don't think that a signal manipulator is quite what I want here. Could I just use a calculator thingy? Where are those? Yeah, the calculator. Or is that overkill? Let's see, we want to take whoops. We want to take 0 minus our number. 0. There we go. That should be what we want, right? Or just multiply by -1. Yeah. You're right. Multiply by -1. Excellent. Okay, does that work? Hey, look at that! It works. It totally works. We can now move Manaphy around the screen. This would have taken like a minute in Game Maker or something. But whatever. You know, I'm learning the tools for the first time. And look at how pretty it is. It's got shadows and everything. Like, man, look at this. This is fantastic. Okay. So we've got basic movement down. Let's take Magikarp and align him with our grid as well, just so we have a nice grid to work with. There we go. Boop, boop, boop. I wish I could see the bounds of this camera, because that's going to define like a screen in the game. So you'd think you could like just select this, and then it would show you like in Unity. You know, Unity shows you the camera's viewpoint, and especially because the game is always 16:9, like you'd think that would just sort of work. Okay, and then let's grab our bubble as well. Somehow I feel the bubble's orientation is not important here. And just to demonstrate, okay, not everything is on the same axis. I don't quite think. So let's get everything on the same axis. So, okay, I guess well, that's good enough, really. It's going to collide. Anyway. Just to demonstrate the problem. Yeah, you can see Manaphy's movement axis. Yeah, I know you can reduce grid spacing. Manaphy's... So I wonder if I can take this microchip and then snap it to the grid? Will that do what I want? It doesn't seem to rotate. Like... Yeah, like add a plane or something. Or add like a backdrop. Because like if you go into the microchip and you look at like our mover, you can see its axis is not aligned to the grid. So can I just sort of grab that? And like how do I get it aligned to the grid? Okay, now I'm rotating it, which is definitely not what I want. Well, I want to rotate it, but not like that. Like, why is this microchip so askew? I'm pressing triangle, which you'd think is supposed to be... Well, wait, but now... Okay, I guess I just pressed triangle wrongly, because now it looks like it's working. But does it still... If I go back into play mode... Okay. Yeah, like if I go into edit mode now... Yeah, look, Manaphy and Magikarp are on the same... axis. And the bubble is as well from the looks of it. So yeah, we did it. We got movement, baby. Okay. Right, so that's going to be the next thing is I want to create instances of objects. So for example, hold on, let's rewind. So we're back to the start. So for example, this bubble here, I want Manaphy to shoot the bubble at Magikarp. When I explain it like that, it just sounds so simple. And to do that, we need to create instances of objects. And I have no idea how to do that in Dreams. So, what we're going to do is we're going to go into the Gadgets menu, and we're just going to kind of look through here until we find something that sounds like what we want. An emitter, as someone in the comments is kind to say. Emitter. Okay. Great. Excellent. Let's figure out how these work. I'm guessing... I keep pressing square. There's so many weird shortcuts. I'm guessing we want to put this as part of Manaphy. But anyway, let's read the tutorial thing. Hover over it for 5 years and learn what an emitter is. Need a missile to fire from a spaceship, a chicken to lay an egg, flames to shoot from it, blah, blah, blah. Use object to emit to select the thing to be emitted. The emitter will produce clones of it. The position of the gizmo defines where to emit from. Oh, okay. The gizmo pointer defines which direction to emit in. Stamp yourself a shape and an emitter. Get a control sensor. Control sensor to be remote controllable. Control R2 to the power point. Tweak the emitter and set emit mode to once. Set the shape as the object to emit. Use start time. Okay. Okay, let's... I mean, this is what I want for this purpose. Yeah, I guess once we get to Magikarp, I will explain my next conundrum. Oh boy, this thing has a lot of options. Okay. Emit speed, rotation speed, ignore parent speed. That's what we want. Time between emits. Okay, we're going to want that to be a lot lower. Emit mode, continuous. We'll mess around with this and see if it's exactly what we want. Emitted object lifetime. Yeah, I mean, I guess we could just have them die when they go off screen or something, but we can also... Nothing will be on screen for longer than 5 seconds. Oh, max emitted at once. Please, no limits. Oh, there is in fact a limit. I guess that's how they... Is this gonna, like, fuck up my thermometers or something? Setting that super high? Well, we'll see. Max emitted, like, ever. The oldest emitted objects will be removed so more can be emitted. Okay, well, we're not going to run into that limit with our game design, so that's fine. Object just emitted, screen space, direction. Oh, scene space direction, rather. Oh, boy. Okay. Oh, interesting. You can clone wires. Okay, object to emit. I would like to emit that thing. Okay. So can I just... Oh boy. Okay. Let's select the emitter. Is this the... If I... But the thing is, the emitter isn't going to move with Manaphy now, which is what concerns me. Well, anyway, let's see what happens. Let's wire up, say, the X button to that. Let's see what happens. X button. But when Manaphy... Okay, so it doesn't move with Manaphy. We're gonna have to... I wasn't expecting them to have gravity. Okay. Interesting. We've made something interesting here. Where's the actual, like, ball? The bubble. Where did it actually go? Is it inside Manaphy? No, it's too small. Like, if I wanted to go back and edit that bubble, where did it end up after all of this? Anyway. let's actually, yeah, I do need to edit it because it has gravity and I need to make it not. Uh, okay. If I select the emitter, then that shows me the point where it emits from. But can I... What did I just do? I want to take this thing and attach it to Manaphy. Okay. Properties. Object just emitted screen space. So I could take Manaphy's transform and attach it to this thing's transform. Or I could just... Okay. Let's see. What if I do that? Let's see what happens. I take... let's see. Sensors and input. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Movement sensor, I want a position sensor of some sort. Controller sensor, grab sensor, movement sensor, angle sensor, rotation sensor, impact sensor, signal generator, switch, value slider. Position sensor does not seem to be a thing? Like, is movement sensor have... Sense movement, velocity, velocity, local space. Yeah, no, I want to get Manaphy's X, Y, and X, Y, and Z position. So you'd think, considering there's like an angle sensor and a movement sensor, there would be a position sensor as well. But I don't see anything of the sort. Oh god, doorway, prize bubble, checkpoint, none of those are. I want Manaphy's scene space coordinates. I'm hoping one of the Dreams experts in the chat. Follower left side pink. What? Follower? Well, that... Wait, so... You think. Okay. Oh, boy. I'm all overwhelmed. Let's play again. See, I can make the bubbles. Oh, wait, they collide with Manaphy, too. Oh, man, that's great. That's fantastic. I love it. Boop. Boop, boop. Oh, this is a great video game already. But I don't know where the bubbles are. Like, I made this emitter. I attached the target object. Oh, there's a bubble. Ah, where'd it go? How do I get the bubble back? I need to edit the bubble. See, there's the bubble. Yeah, can I edit a bubble that I emitted? Well, if I emit some bubbles... Yeah, they kind of disappear when you go back into edit mode. Huh. Okay. Like, there's the bubble. You can see it's selecting the bubble, but as soon as I exit out of that thing, the bubble disappears. And, like, I can't select the bubble. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I don't know why it's working now, but it is. Great. Excellent. Okay, so I want the... Do I just want the bubble to not be movable? Or do I want it to... While in the emitter editor, the bubble shows up. Yeah, but I don't think it was, though, is the thing. Anyway. Oh, let's play around with the bubble settings until the bubble does what we want. Okay, it still has gravity. What if we make it movable? We don't want it to be movable. We don't want it to be collidable. Well, we want it to be collidable. We want it to ignore gravity. We want it to ignore gravity. No gravity. Gravity is bad. It still has gravity. So if we uncheck that, it still has gravity. Ah! Stupid physics engine. Make it movable. It still has gravity. Is it something about the emitter that's making it do that? Okay, is it in the emitter settings somewhere? I don't see it. Yes, this is the Manaphy game. Well, let me... We are recreating the Manaphy game, roughly speaking. In Dreams. I don't know why this video is such low frame rate. But that is our goal, is to recreate the Manaphy game. In Dreams, which should be easy. In any reasonable game engine, making something like the Manaphy game should just be, like, trivial once you understand the basics. And maybe my problem with Dreams is that I don't understand even the basics. So yeah, we're doing our best here. We have some Dreams experts in the chat who are helping me. But I don't know if anyone is a Dreams expert at this point. This game's not even out yet. Why is the bubble falling? Like, okay. Let's solve two problems here. If I take the microchip and I attach it to Manaphy, like, that's going to screw up our axis. But does that at least fix... Okay, now the bubble... Okay, the axes are screwed up, but now the bubble travels with Manaphy. And if I take the microchip and place it on the grid, on the axis, now it's not attached to Manaphy, but the axes are correct. So, like, how do you... Can you, like... What if I just take the emitter and put the emitter on Manaphy? But then the emitter has an axis of its own. Wait, is it on Manaphy but, like, inside? Let's see. What did I just do? What did I just do? The bubbles are tiny now. The bubbles are smaller. That doesn't make sense. Also, it's... Yeah, the bubbles don't go fast enough to keep up with Manaphy is part of the problem. Okay. Whatever. This follower is not doing anything for me. This at least kind of... Is it inheriting the scale? An invisible flat surface? Oh boy. Okay, well anyway, we solved one problem. It made the balls tiny, but that's fine. That's fine. All I need now is... Let's see, where'd the ball go? Where's the ball? The ball is supposed to show up when you click the emitter. Where's the ball? I need to edit the ball. Why do the balls have gravity? I don't want the balls to fall. I need the balls to not fall. Why do the balls fall? Ugh. Oh, woe is me. Select the emitter. Select the gizmo. Select. Hit play. Go into... What if I go into, like, test mode? Ooh. Look at that. Boo. Woo. Set the sculpt itself to ignore gravity. I did! I did! And I can't find the sculpt anymore. That's... Now that... If I select... Where's the marble? The bubble? Whatever. Open the emitter menu. Okay. The emitter is selected. The menu is open. Where... It's... Is that it? It's inside Magikarp. It's inside Magikarp. I mean Manaphy. Oh. How do I select it now? I can't select it anymore. Do I need to scope in? Has it become one with Manaphy? No. See, it's still separate. What did you just join? Nightmares is what this thing should be called. Nightmares. Okay. How do I get to the ball? It's stuck in... It's part of the emitter now. It has become one with the emitter. But I need it. Okay. Yeah. Oh. See? Look, I can't... The emit mode? Once. Okay. Nope. Still got gravity. And now it's not part of man... I can't get into the sculpt anymore because it is fused with the emitter. What? Look, as I move the emitter around, it like snaps into place after it. Oh my god, I want to die. What if I delete the emitter? It takes the ball with it. Oh no, the ball is still here. The ball just goes back. Make a new bubble. I worked so hard to make this bubble. Were you not here when I made this bubble? It was the most perfect bubble. I'm not... It needs to be in Okay, I want to get it. I want... If I get rid of local space, does that... No? It's just a sphere. It's a sphere painted blue. And it's shiny. It's a shiny sphere. It's a very important sphere. I don't think you understand. It's my sphere. I'd rather recreate the emitter. The emitter doesn't freaking work. Like, look, if I hit play, with the emitter gone, I deleted the emitter. The bubble does not have gravity. It doesn't fall. It's only when it's shot by an emitter. Is there something else? Is there something other than an emitter that can instance objects? A text displayer, a dialogue tree displayer. Yeah, this is all useless stuff. Destroyer, a force applier, a teleporter, a rocket rotator, a look at rotator, an advanced rotator, a follower, an advanced mover, a mover, and a gyroscope. Okay, let me explain my conundrum. Let's ignore this, even though this should be the easy part in any reasonable game engine. Making the freaking bubbles appear. Let's turn... Where have we gone? Okay. Oh boy. You just have to make the bubble so fast that it doesn't gravity. Okay, what if we turn down its density? Where was that? Density. Density 0. That should mean it doesn't fall. Right? It ignores gravity. It's not even movable to begin with. But when it is movable, we had it set to ignore gravity and it didn't work. Anyway, let's forget about the bubble for once. We've got Magikarp, right? But we just have the one. Let's pretend Magikarp actually has logic attached and keyframes and stuff. And then, okay, so we can clone Magikarp to make a second Magikarp, right? But then if we go back and we edit the original Magikarp, like that doesn't change our clone. So, if we need to make changes to an original object that we have clones of, how do we do that? How do we do that? Like, that's a basic principle in not just any game engine, but any programming language, any modern object-oriented programming language. Persistent edit. Oh. Okay, how do I do that? How do I do that? It's definitely possible. Okay. What menu is that under? There's too many menus. Is it under here? No. Is it under here? Is it under here? Tell me what menu it's under. I need to know. X to select. Okay. I have selected Magikarp. Because, like, this is, I think, critical. Oh, do you actually have to... So you have to select both of them. And then if I... No. Okay. I select both objects. Then what? Then what? Okay, you can't remember. That's fine. Whatever. Tweaking will tweak them. Sure, I believe that. But, like, what if they have a microchip attached? What if I want to change their color? What if I want to do anything? Yeah, this is like a bad puzzle game. And again, I'm not going to be too hard on this game because it is a beta. And not all of the tutorials are in. And it is an incredibly powerful tool that you can do lots of things in. It's only natural that it's incredibly confusing. And, like, I'm sure once the full game is out, there's an option called Live Edit. Okay. Where? Where is that option? Is it in Guides? Grid Snap? Precise Move? Well, let me select them first. Auto Guides? No? Like, yeah, I can change these sliders, and that works just fine, at least. Of course, that still requires that I select the two objects, which is not how this should work. They should be two instances of the same object, right? Like this game should have a concept of objects and instances. Those shouldn't. Yeah, I understand cloning things. Like, that's the thing, I don't want to clone. I want to make instances of an object. Like, in normal programming terms. Like, I'm sure this game has a feature that is at least analogous to that. It must. But nothing in any of the tutorials explains it. Photo mode, yeah, I'm sure it's in this menu. Let me take a photo of our beautiful Manaphy. Boop. It's perfect. Make a Magikarp emitter? No, don't talk to me about emitters. Is it in sculpt mode? Okay, yeah, scope into Magikarp. Yeah, Magikarp M1 equals new Magikarp 2.7. I bet if you look at... Actually, no, the original Manaphy game was made in Game Maker, and that had, like, a scene editor. Or something. Let me undo a bunch, because I screwed up my Magikarps a little. Okay, they're the right color now. Ugh, this game... Like, it's not strictly speaking necessary. I can just reclone the Magikarps anytime I make a change. But, like, once I got them doing... Did it weeks ago? Fine. Okay, let's get the bubble working. What? Why aren't you on the grid? You go back on the grid. Okay? Happy? It's on the grid, right? Okay. Oh, I got rid of the emitter entirely, right? We're starting over. We're starting fresh. I want to make emitter. Okay. I can't... I don't understand emitters and why they make gravity happen. Oh, right. I gave it density. Let's see. I changed the density. Let's see if that helps anything. Let's just stick the emitter. Unselect everything. Take the emitter here for now. Map. the X button to the emitter. Like, I wonder if at some level, my expectations for this to be like a game engine, to be like, I'm thinking of this in terms of programming languages and game engines. When this is trying to be like its own thing, yeah, like I want there to be classes. I want there to be a Magikarp class, or like a Unity prefab, you know, or a Game Maker object. Why? Oh, right, I didn't attach the emitter to the thing. Okay, okay. Object to emit is our bubble. I don't really care at the moment where it's emitting from. I just want to go. It worked. Is that because of the density? Did that actually... Okay, whatever. We want continuous. We want it to be like... Is this the best precision I get? 1/10 of a second? Can I not? Whatever. I can make my own timer or something to change that. Emit speed can be whatever. Don't know. Yeah, sure, that's fine. Local space. I want a whole bunch of them. Oh yeah, actually, now that I have it connected to an object, does this affect my thermometers? It doesn't seem to. They're still super low, even though I have 1,000 objects theoretically. Okay. Boom. It doesn't fall. Maybe it is falling, but just like very slowly. Yeah, it was sinking. Excellent. Now it collides. Not quite in the way that I intend, but it's something. Okay. But now we need it to emit from Manaphy. So we take the emitter and we just kind of boop. But see, now it's all askew. So at that one time I got it inside of Manaphy, and it was like nice and centered. And the Sonic game did the same thing. I don't know how I did that, but it was kind of what I wanted. But then that also screwed it up to where we couldn't get to the ball anymore. Don't move the emitter. Okay, emitter, go back here. Yeah, like I can select the emitter, and it has... Oh, let's rewind to make sure everything is as it should be. But the emitter's back on the chip. And it has this thingy, the gizmo, I guess they call that. Select the emitter. The emitter is selected. I have the gizmo. I know where you're going with this. I just don't know how to attach it to Manaphy. Bring up the emitter menu. Okay. Emitter menu. It is brought up. Hey, look, there's our ball. I like where this is going. You seem to very much know what you're doing here. I just wish you typed slightly faster. Place the ball where you want it to come from. Okay. I want it to come from Manaphy, but Manaphy moves. Put the whole microchip back on the dude. But then, the microchip isn't aligned to the grid anymore because it's snapping to the surface of Manaphy, and pressing triangle doesn't change that. Oh, except now it isn't. Is it on Manaphy though? Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Let's go into test mode, I think is what we want to see what I just did. Yeah, no, that's not Okay, yeah, I did not succeed. I need the microchip to be on. Grab the microchip with R2. Okay. While holding it, please type faster. No offense. Scope into Manaphy? Okay. Oh, and then I just place it? And now it's... Oh! Oh, it didn't work. Hold on. Hold on. So now the microchip is part of Manaphy. And so should the emitter. The emitter... Where's my ball? Is the ball... Go here. I want you to go here. Do I have to make the ball part of Manaphy too? Even though that doesn't make any sense? Do what you did with the emitter. It should be. Okay, but then it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Oh, it's tiny now, though. It is tiny. Okay. Rewind. Go into the micro... Wait, the microchip's not moving with Manaphy, though. Like, see? It's part of Manaphy, but it's not moving. Let me go into mode. Test mode. Play. Yeah, see, the microchip doesn't... Let me scope out. Test, play. Yeah, the microchip doesn't actually move. Did I screw it up? Did I break it? Yeah, no, see, they are grouped. It just doesn't move. Do I need to place it inside, like literally inside? Like I got it that way one time. I just don't know how. Like just put it there? Does that do anything? Please, okay, type faster, but also type legend play. Surface snap to him now? Is that what you're trying to say? Okay. Okay. Surface snap with L1. Like, you can kind of rotate it, but then you can't get it aligned to the grid. Whoa. Oh. Is it snapped, or is it... Like, it should be flat when it's snapped, right? Well, it doesn't need to be on the grid, but the micro chip has these things inside it, and that needs to be aligned to the grid. Which I don't think it is. Oh, is it? It inherits its parents' transform. Okay. Well, yeah, it works. The balls are tiny. Okay. But that's good. We did it. We did it. Look. And yeah, I guess it is on the grid. That's still confusing to me. But okay. Like, I wonder if you didn't have a programming background, if this would be easier or harder. I mean, whatever. The tutorials aren't there. I can't... Okay. Okay. I think I can... Let's go back to the emitter. Now we get our ball back. Now we can... Can we grab the ball? Just hold up on D-pad while hovering over... Hold on, let's rewind first. I always forget to rewind. Hold up on D-pad. Oh, there we go. Cool. Great. Oh, is this where it's emitting from? Like behind Manaphy? That's not quite what we wanted. Also, I changed the grid size somehow. I guess I hit a shortcut. Let's at least make the grid size big for now. Okay. Yeah, I don't need it to be that precise. I'm happy. This seems like what we want. Look at that! Look at that! Okay. Manaphy, I guess, moves too fast. Like, if we compare it to the original Manaphy game, I think Manaphy moved a lot slower than this. But the bubbles work, and then they just kind of bounce off to oblivion. And then they don't show up in edit mode, which is weird. I kind of wish they did. Okay, so we should probably make Manaphy move slower, I think. So turn down movement strength to like 50. Okay, not 50. That is not as much of a linear scale as I thought it might be. I guess now it's interacting with... Well, at least now the bubbles go faster than Manaphy. Okay. Not 50. What does, like, 90 look like, then? Okay, this is, like, still extremely slow. But this feels more like how the Manaphy game controlled. I wonder if I'll add, like... I might add, like, a dash button or something that lets him go do, like, a dashy sort of thing. So you can, like, dodge projectiles without making you, like, absurdly fast. Let's tweak this number a little bit until it feels more like the Manaphy game I know and love. Bullet hell? Well, hell is definitely the right term. Probably not in the way you're thinking, though. I am recreating... I've shown this crappy video so many times now. I'm doing my best to recreate the Manaphy game. Whoops. Which was one of the first video games I ever made. And it's a super simple game. I don't know why this video is so garbage. I just need to download the Manaphy game. I should have it on like my Dropbox or something. I could look for it. But, oh yeah, I guess also Manaphy was a lot smaller in the original compared to what we have now. And so we're Magikarp and the bubbles and everything. This is giant. I don't think I have any way... Well, I could. It would just be a lot of work. I'd have to, like, go plug in cables or stuff. I also made the Manaphy game in WarioWare DIY, which was... Yeah, I mean, it's a shoot-'em-up, certainly. I feel like Bullet Hell implies something that's a lot harder than what I'm probably actually going to make, considering especially my ability. Let's see. How do I make this feel better? Well, okay. Let's get this closer to the original Manaphy game. Let's grab Manaphy and just sort of shrink him down by 3 steps, and then grab Magikarp and do the same thing. See what that looks like? Okay. This is better. Anything figured out? Yeah, look at this. This looks a lot more like the Manaphy game, wouldn't you say? Oh wait, are the bubbles showing up in... Oh, they do. They're just kind of transparent. That's weird. So I guess it treats emitted objects in some ways differently from... I guess it is just an edit mode. That would make sense. Okay. Wait, Manaphy, why'd you end up down there? Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Okay, so now that Manaphy has been scaled down, we can scale his movement back up accordingly. I feel like I should get more precision than this, but whatever. So let's see. Okay, this feels slightly better. But let's... What if we just jack it all the way up to 99? Yeah. Okay. This feels... I feel like I should just download the Manaphy game. Let me take a brief... just a moment. Look through my Dropbox. See if I can't find the Manaphy game. Is it in my Game Maker folder? No. Is it in my Manaphy game folder? You know what? Maybe. That's entirely possible. Let's see. But this is like the updated version. Because, yeah, at one point I was like working on a, like an updated version of the Manaphy game. And so with like power-ups and stuff, it was bad. Let's see what this version is. Oh boy, it's making my computer run very slowly for some reason. I don't know if that's affecting the encode. Okay, that's loud probably. Yeah, I guess Manaphy... Oh, whoops, that's not centered on the screen at all. There we go. So yeah, this was like the weird, updated, kind of broken... Wait. Okay, hold on. I adjusted the wrong sliders. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, I made this along with a friend. But this is like the weird, updated, and also totally broken version that I worked on later. Like, you can see it's got like a health meter and stuff. And the bubbles aren't aligned properly anymore. But yeah, the movement speed is still the same. So this is approximately what the Manaphy game should feel like. And if we compare that to, say, what we have in Dreams, like, it's not super far off. Yeah, should I just use the calculator? Do you think that's the best way? Okay. Let's stop that. Okay. Maybe I should wire this up. Okay, let's... Now that we got something, we can start, like, tweaking it, you know? So let's reconfigure what we've got here. We want to take our mover, move it out there. Take our emitter, just move it down there. This is our whoops, I've selected too many things. Take our inverter there. And our splitter there. So can a calculator take a bundled wire like this, I wonder? This reminds me a lot of Labo, just figuring out what wires actually mean in this game's weird context. So yeah, let's try that out, see what that does. Take a calculator. Multiply the input by... let's say a big number, multiply, and go in here, take the left stick, whoops, take the left stick and drag it into the right stick, that'll do something. Boop. And then will that be a bundled wire? Yeah, it looked like it preserved the bundledness of the wire. And so now is it doing like an element wise like scalar multiplication on that array or whatever you want to call it? Let's see. Let's see if that worked. Yep, that worked. Okay. Excellent. We are cooking with, what's the expression? Well, whatever. Vector. Yeah, sure. Okay. Let's go into our mover, and now that we have this multiplier set up, let's go into the mover, set the strength to 100, so we don't have to think about anything, and then set this to, like, whatever we want it to be. So now we have super precise control over our movement speed. Let's set it to 1 for now, which just makes this entire exercise pointless. But then we can tweak that later if we want. Let's quick save. Okay, man, look at this. Look at what we got here. Okay, I guess maybe the bubbles have to be faster because Manaphy is just kind of catching up with the bubbles. Let me check the original Manaphy game again, or like this weird version that I have, to see, hold on, why is my display capture not working anymore? Oh, OBS broke. I love it when OBS breaks. Hold on. Display capture. Display capture. Oh, display capture just broke completely. That's cool. Yeah, you can inherit the speed of the parent to the emitter, but that's not how the original Manaphy game worked. And I want to try to be, to some degree, faithful to that behavior. Yeah, I guess. Let me put them side by side. OBS is broken, so I can't exactly show you. Let me do a speed test. Okay, let me time. Again, I can't actually show you the game, which is annoying. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so it takes about 4 seconds in the real Manaphy game for Manaphy to cross the screen. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. So Manaphy has to be significantly slower if I want it to be faithful to the original Manaphy game. Which, of course I do. Why wouldn't you? So what if we just multiply this by, like, 0.66? Okay, now Manaphy, you know this does. Let's time it. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. This is very imprecise, but I think Manaphy is still, let's be honest, you aren't going to be faithful to the original. I'll do my best. I want to see, like, I at least want it to feel good, because the Manaphy game, to be clear, is a bad video game. It's not a great video game, but it at least, like, feels good and, like, responsive, you know? Because it's just such simple controls and gameplay. Like, I want to see if I can make that. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. This is feeling a lot better. And even the bubbles. Okay. I don't know if I like the way because right now I'm just using the emitter. I'm using the emitter in like continuous mode, and the emitter is keeping its own timer. And I don't know if that's behaving exactly the way I want it to. Hold on, let me do some testing, because it's hard to account for the latency, but it's not clear to me. Does the timer run when the emitter doesn't have power? So yeah, let's, just to test, let's set this timer up to something higher. So I can actually... Oh, is that link dead? Whoops. It thinks it's a virus. Hold on. Oh no, that link is dead. Let me find it. It's gotta be... Oh, you know what? Maybe that was in my public folder, and then Dropbox got rid of the public folders. Maybe it's still there. It should be in the T's. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, that's not it. Oh, no, here it is. Yeah, it's in my public folder, but Dropbox got rid of public folders. Here you go. That should work. Yeah, and then you will also need... Yeah, that version will crash when you win, which is unfortunate. Anyway. It needs like an external file that I don't know where that is. Anyway, not important. No one's gonna beat it. Let's see. What was I doing? Right. I was testing how the emitter works. I want to know, does the timer run when the emitter isn't on? So if I fire a shot and then let go of the X button right when the shot fires, and then I press the X button again. Okay. So it is... The timer does run. So I think that timer does behave how I want. Is that a challenge? There is a cheat code to skip to the end, by the way. But it's not a terribly hard game. It's just incredibly dull. Anyway. Okay. So I think this timer does work how I want. It's just it only has 1/10 of a second precision, which is not great. Do I have Game Maker still installed? I do. I could open the source code of the Manaphy game. I wish my display capture was working. That's annoying, because I want to show you guys the source code of the Manaphy game. Let's see. Add. I wonder if window capture works. Let's see. What is Game Maker? Game Maker Studio? Okay, cool. Hold on, let me hide this until I actually find the thing I want. Let's see, where would it be? It would be on my V drive. Whoops, my V drive, Dropbox. Is it in the public folder? Hold on, let me find it. I need the actual GMK file or whatever it's called. Here we go. It's in the Manaphy Game Remastered folder. Manaphy Game Remastered. Here we go. GMX. Okay, I don't think this is gonna actually compile. Hold on, let me go back to OBS. Is it? Okay. I don't think this game is actually going to compile because this was made in like Game Maker 8 and this is Game Maker Studio or whatever. And so it's just got like compilation errors up the wazoo. But we can at least look at Manaphy and Manaphy's logic. Oh, except we can't because this is a separate window and I'm doing window capture. Oh boy. There we go. Okay, all we really care about at the moment is Manaphy. So, there we go. There's Manaphy's properties. Now we can see exactly how Manaphy works. Let's see. So yeah, when you hit space, so we set bubble time to 10. And then every frame we set bubble time to -1 relative. And I believe, yeah, the game runs at 60 frames per second. So that should be 1/6 of a second, which is to say we want a timer speed in Dreams terms of 0.16 seconds. Which is a problem because our options are 0.1 and 0.2. So that's cool. That's cool. We could just make a timer. What happens if we set this to 0? What happens? Oh! Oh, that's pretty good. We should just make it like this. Oh, why did it change behavior? Wait, what happened? Why aren't they colliding with each other anymore? Oh, wait. Manaphy just changed axis. Look at that. Manaphy's on a different axis now. They're not colliding with Magikarp anymore. What the fuck? Rewind. Like, see, look, they're colliding. Oh, use a calculator. Oh, that's clever. That's clever. Right, because you can feed an input into it. Okay. Anyway. I think it's not entirely clear what's happening. But whatever. Yeah, nothing quite as like a screen-sized laser to screw up your axis is. Let's go into like let's rewind. Let's go into whoops, modes, test mode. See what the hell is happening. That doesn't really help anything, actually. Anyway, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. Okay. I thought I had a bathroom scene already prepared. That sounds dirty when I say it like that, bathroom scene. But I didn't, so I had to frantically make that thing. Okay. So let's explore different ways now to, well, let's... Oops, whoops, whoops, whoops. Let's go into edit mode. Okay, edit mode, edit mode. Let's rewind, get everything back to normal. Let's scope into our microchip. Now we need this to be close to, as close to 1/6 as possible. So I guess, yeah, the best way to do that was probably with a calculator. And then if you go into the calculator, you can rename it, right? Yeah. So we can just call this calculator 1/6. Yeah, cool. And then we just make it divide, literally. What happens if you divide by 0? What does it do? 1. Oh, please go faster. 1 over. Whoops, way too far. Okay, close enough. 1/6. Perfect. And then if we take that thing and we attach that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't know what I just did. Okay. And then attach that to the, which one? This? Time between shots. Okay, so it says 0.2. But I'm going to trust that it's actually internally more precise than that. Let's see if this feels like the Manaphy game now. Oh, you know? You know, this is feeling a lot closer to the Manaphy game. You know what we could do? You know what we could do? We could try and calculate exactly what Manaphy's movement speed was. So every time you press... So every frame... Oh, but I don't know what a unit is in Dreams terms. Like, I can calculate exactly how quickly Manaphy moved in terms of, like, a fraction of the screen, but I don't know what that would correspond to in Dreams terms. So I don't know. He moved 5 pixels per frame, though. And the game ran, I think, at 800 by 600. Yeah, the Manaphy game is 800 by 600. So, yeah, I don't really actually know what to do with that information now that I've worked it out. I could time how long it takes to move across the screen, except the original game was 4:3 and this game is 16:9. So I could just deal with this. And then also part of me is like, if I want to be truly faithful to the original, the Manaphy game was not analog. So I could go in here and instead of using the left stick, where's my left stick? Instead of using, oh geez, what am I doing? Instead of using the left stick, I could use the D-pad. That's a thing, right? D-pad? But that's going to be like relative to the camera, isn't it? Isn't there just an option to... Well, anyway, let's see what happens. Okay. This is a lot more faithful to the Manaphy game. Actually, yeah, this feels... Oh, man. I don't know how I feel about the D-pad. If it was genuinely a keyboard, like a keyboard arrow keys, that would feel right. The D-pad doesn't... Like, the movement feels right. It's just... The PlayStation D-pad is not the same thing as a keyboard's arrow keys. But man, oh, this feels like the Manaphy game. It feels like the Manaphy game. Anyway, we'll maybe revisit that thought later. That wouldn't be too absurd, I think. Okay. How detailed you can get? You can do, like, so much. You can do almost anything. It might take a very long time. And I think it's still missing some super important things like strings. I don't think this game has strings. So making like visual novels or that sort of thing would be very tricky. But there is animation. That's, I think, what we're going to get to next, because we need to make Magikarp move. Can you make portals? Well, whoops. Let's just quick save. That's a very good question. Let us back out to Dream Surfing. I don't care about my level. I said Dream Surfing. Let's clear my search. And, let's go to the working portal gun demo. So, you can't quite look through the portals, but you can, in fact, create working portals in Dreams. Kind of. You can, though, totally do the thing. We put a portal... Whoops. Don't know what the hell I just did. Portal above you. Okay, that area is too short, evidently. Put a portal above you and a portal below you. And do the portal thing. Whee! So yeah, it doesn't work great, but this person... Yeah, you can like artificially create a D-pad, and that might end up being what I do. Maybe. Like maybe we should just take a break and look through some of these other creations people have made. Like, hey, here's Super Mario Brothers 1-1. This is not a great recreation. The physics are like way off, and you'll notice Mario kind of turns a little bit, like he's falling off the block. There's nothing in any of these blocks. Oh, but the music is spot on, at the very least. And like the pixel art is there, so that's something. Not that this is what Mario from Super Mario Brothers 1 looked like, but yeah, that's a thing. Let's see. Yeah, there's just so much stuff you can do. Just about anything you can think of. Oh yeah, here. This thing. You want to make... I don't know what the controls are. Let's see. Create block. Yeah. You want to make Minecraft? Because you can totally make Minecraft in Dreams. Apparently this tiny little island, though, takes up the entire, like, budget. Like object and logic budget and stuff. Search visual novel, sure. Let's see. Visual. Whoops. No. Minimalist audio visuals. Relationship status. A short story. 15 minutes. Okay.
First of all, I'm the bad guy. Let's just get that out of the way now, so there's no confusion. I get that now, and I don't know why I didn't get it before, but I never got it until it was way too late.
So yeah, you can record
but
audio.
If you don't believe another word I say, believe this. I'm the bad guy. Which is kind of weird in a way. Before, I don't think anyone would have ever pictured me being called a bad guy, or a good guy, or any type of guy, for that matter. No one of any particular importance had ever had an important thought about me before. I've always thought of myself as an off-screen extra. Like,
okay, this is actually extremely boring, so I'm going to turn this off now. No offense. Anyway, let's get we could spend hours just looking through all the things people have made, and like obviously the curation tools aren't really up to snuff yet. This being a beta and all, that was not really their focus. Puzzle Haven. Oh, what's Puzzle Haven though?
It's time. The kingdom has been dead for long enough. My subjects deserve to take form once more.
And it has
Eating
narration.
a Sunday meal. Didn't know what was coming for them. Couldn't know.
See that visual benchmark? I'd have to type in the word visual again. Visual realistic visual benchmark. Sure. Oh, you found the answer to the live clone thing. Okay, great. Oh, you can do like depth of field effects. Oh, look at this. If you were like artistic. Okay, if you use the clone tool rather than the shortcut, you can use L1 when cloning to create a live clone. Live clones will propagate their changes to their live clones within the scene. Okay. Give me the cinematic camera. So yeah, this is made in Dreams. Yeah, the sheep tool. Okay. But then, okay, can you make like subclasses, right? Like if I want to have a parent Magikarp that behaves one way, and then I want a clone of that, but I want some of its properties. Maybe I'm asking too much. Maybe that's asking too much of this, of a DualShock 4, if nothing else. But anyway, thank you for figuring that out. That will definitely be helpful in the next step when we start coding in the logic for Magikarp. Anyway, this thing looks nice and pretty. I wish I could remix it and like look at it in the editor. You could save them as actual objects. Yeah, I guess. Okay. Anyway, Magikarp. Magikarp doesn't animate in the original, but what it does do is right. Let's see if I can pull this up. Window capture Magikarp. It follows a path, and yeah, I haven't saved anything as an object. Yeah, I guess I can play around with that some. So yeah, paths. I think paths in Dreams are just animations. I don't think it has any other concept of a path. So yeah. Well, this is Game Maker, but this, whoops. Yeah, this is Dreams, the exciting new game from the creators of Little Big Planet. Okay. Let's... I wonder if I can, like... Well, whatever. Let's go into animate, I guess. So we can't use the action... I could just use the action recorder. But that seems like a bad idea. We should probably use keyframes. That's... I did the tutorial on this, but I've not messed around with it much. Okay, let's stamp this thing on there, just to make them part of each other. Okay, animation timeline. Let's see. Yeah, it's been a while since I've made like an actual video game. I don't really know what engine I would use if I ever did. I started playing around with Godot. Godot is cool, but it's also very young, and like it's got its own language, which I don't think is always a good idea. And like it has C# integration, but C# integration is kind of messy. My favorite language is Python, and Pygame exists, but that's not ideal. And I have recently grown fond of C#, so maybe Unity is probably the best way to go if I wanted to actually make a video game. Anyway, if you want to be able to update the clones of an element, you must save it to the Dreamiverse or locally before you clone it for update mode to work. Once it's saved, then clone it. And when you update the source ML element, the ones in your scene will update using the update tool. Yeah, GDScript is like Python, but it isn't Python. It isn't actually Python. If it was actually Python, that'd be something, but anyway. I haven't messed around with Godot very much. I guess if we're wasting time, I can show you the thing I made in Godot. That's not Godot, but it will be. Let's see. Is it called... Is it, Man, I wish my display capture worked. I don't know why it's not. Is it Good Video Game 2? Is that the thing I made? That sounds like something I would name. Okay, yeah, here we go. Oh, cool. It did window capture properly. So this is my high IQ Deoxys simulator, which is something that is going to make sense to no one but me. Oh, great. Now it's a different window. Oh, wait. I'm not... Oh, wait. No, it is capturing. It's just not centered. But I need to capture... Crap. Where is it? I wish my freaking display capture worked. I don't know why my display capture is not working, but that is making this incredibly annoying to do anything with. Let's... Did I... Okay, you can at least see... Wait, what if... Oh, boy. Hold on. I am sorry. I am just fumbling around with OBS. I want to capture Godot. Good Video Game 2. Okay, there's the video game. I made the video game. So yeah, this is high IQ Deoxys Simulator. Because, well, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon is the greatest video game ever made. And when I originally played... Oh, this scaling is not, like, looking pretty. But whatever. That's not Godot's fault. That's... Hold on, let's make this full screen. There we go. When I played Pokemon Mystery Dungeon as a kid, I cheated to give myself a lot of gummies. And I fed them all to my Deoxys. And one of the last IQ abilities you get from eating gummies is the ability to just punch your way through walls. And so that is how I would play that game. So I would just take my high IQ Deoxys and punch my way through all of the walls in all of the dungeons. And so I have recreated that experience faithfully in Godot, as you can see. And there's, if you press the M key, there are Monokumas everywhere. Particle effects are fun. Anyway, back to hopefully an actual video game. Right, timelines, animations. Let's see, what was the chat saying during all of that? I could not see the chat under Godot. Okay. Keyframes. You have to make a keyframe. And you can stick the keyframe on the timeline. right? So the first keyframe will just be Magikarp sitting there, right? That makes sense. But I need it to, like... be Magikarp, right? Okay. Well, let's see what happens if I just add more keyframes. And okay. So I'll make... Where'd the grid go? Why'd I lose the grid? Grid snap, please. Thank you. Okay. Keyframe. Edit keyframe. Magikarp. Let's just make him move in like a triangle sort of shape. It seems simple enough. Okay. Keyframe. Oh boy. Okay. And then go like there. Okay. And then, whoops. I know there's no interpolation between these keyframes, but let's see what it does. Boop. Stop recording. Stop recording. Okay. Go. Boop. Boop. Okay. Step 1, make the keyframes longer. Or add interpolation between them. I forget how to do either of those things. Okay. 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 Good start. Good start. Probably shouldn't have blend. Okay. This seems like a good start. Oh, but I need it to go back around. So I forget how you do that. Loop. Then but I still need this transition between the last keyframe and the first keyframe. How do I get it? Do I... Let's see what happens if I hit play. Ooh. Okay, if I just... Oh, but stop. Whoops. So I can clone this keyframe, I guess. Which I don't think is the ideal way to do this. I remember this was like a thing they covered in the tutorial. But let's see if that works. Cool. It's a little slow. Look at that. It moves. Okay. Let's now these keyframes are just sitting here, which seems silly. So can I actually, like, it's like it shows these points on the thing. Can I I feel like I should just be able to grab those and move them. Anyway, let's go to edit keyframe. I want to edit this keyframe. Okay, no, let's not. Oh boy. Let's play. Look at that. We got a video game. We made a video game. Okay, no. No, that's not acceptable. I need Magikarp to move with a greater fervor. So I feel like there should be some easy way to do that, but I don't know if there is. Let's go into this keyframe, and if I just move Magikarp like all the way up here. Okay. Let's see what that looks like. That didn't do anything. That's cool. Okay. Okay. That's cool. Pin to screen, does that... Why doesn't that actually do anything, though? That's interesting. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. Magikarp, you go up there. You go... Deanimate. You go up there. What? You go up there. During... Maybe the timeline shouldn't be attached to Magikarp. Maybe that's screwing things up. Certainly seems plausible. Okay. I want to take... But I don't... Why is it showing it as being like... Okay, hold on. Let's go into the keyframe. Disable smoothing. And yeah, but like it shows this line. Like, see that line? That's the line I want it to follow. I just don't get why it's not. Like that keyframe is there. That keyframe. Edit keyframe. Magikarp goes up. Close the timeline. Edit the keyframe. Magikarp goes up there. Magikarp goes up there. I don't get it. Why? 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 Ugh. Every time... See, look, it changes the path. When I do it like this, it changes the path, but that doesn't actually seem to change the keyframe. Like, if I select the keyframe, you see it still shows Magikarp here. And if I move him... Whoa. Okay, that moved him with his... Oh, boy. Well, what? What have I created? Let's hit play. What? Why is it... What have I done? I've ruined it. Delete this. Delete it. Delete it. Okay. You have 3 keyframes. Boom. Boom. And boom. That keyframe is there. That... Are these keyframes actually anything? These keyframes are nothing, aren't they? Okay. That keyframe is there. That keyframe is there. Wait, no, but that didn't actually change the keyframe. That changed Magikarp. I need to go into the keyframe. I need to edit keyframe. I need to drag Magikarp. I need to stop recording. Okay. What? Delete the keyframes. Forget keyframes. Screw keyframes, actually. Let's start over, shall we? Animate. What if I just use the action recorder? Keyframe. Keyframe. I want that keyframe to be Magikarp stationary. Stop recording. Okay. I would like a second keyframe. That is Magikarp way up here. That is the second keyframe. Second keyframe. Excellent. I would like a third keyframe. I would like the third keyframe to be Magikarp way over here. Boom. Third keyframe. Select none of the keyframes. I would then like a timeline. In space, please. In line with my keyframes. Excellent. I would like to open... I would like to scope into my timeline. And I would like to place my keyframes upon the timeline. Like so. Like so. And like so. Excellent. I would like the timeline to be shorter. And I would like the timeline to loop. And I would like to go into this keyframe, and I want it to have a linear ease. I want to go into this keyframe. I want it to be a linear transition. I want to go into this keyframe, and I want it to be a linear transition. Play. Okay. Almost. Except I need it to loop properly. And I can do that by cloning this first keyframe. But I feel like there's a better way. Volume. Beat. Oh boy, that's not going to do anything for me. Clone the first keyframe. Yeah, but okay. I don't want to. Clone the first keyframe. Put it at the end. Okay. Magikarp now travels. I feel like you can... Nope. Nope. Not even close. Why does he, like, stop for a second? That's not what I want. There we go. Okay. Okay. Yeah, there is actually a tutorial in animation, but the tutorials are so long and you can't skip forward through them. Okay, though. So I think... the timeline is screwing everything up. Okay, but I have a path. Look at this. It's a path that Magikarp follows, which is basically exactly what I want. But I just need to edit the path. But for some reason, editing the keyframes doesn't actually seem to do what I want. So, like, when you just have a naked keyframe by itself, you can select it and it shows, hey, here's what this keyframe looks like. But then when it's on a timeline like this, it doesn't do that anymore. And so if I want to edit... Okay. Okay, maybe I just had to be more careful about how I did things. Okay, does it work now? Okay, cool. That's not what I said.
I said, sure, turning off the lamp.
Thank you. So I just got to be really careful that I like select a keyframe, then say edit keyframe, and then go in and edit the actual keyframe. Okay, and that edits the path, and then I say stop recording, and there we go. Magikarp moves. Boom, shaka, laka. Fantastic. How long have I been streaming? Oh, it's been 3 hours. I've been at it for 3 hours, and this is what I've accomplished. Which isn't nothing, to be fair. The Magikarps move faster in-game. Well, okay. Let's go back to the game. Where even is the game? Let's see, it's in my Dropbox, public, Manify game, QRST, the Manify game. Okay. Let's grab my window capture, the Manify game, wherever that is. Hold on. Okay. The Manify game. Okay. Wait, where is it? It's not showing up. There it goes. Okay. It must have just been off screen or something. Okay, yeah, I guess the Magikarps do move faster. Fine. What am I making? I'm making the Manaphy game. Okay, but making it go faster, that should at least be easy. We just take our keyframes and kind of drag them in a bit. And then take our thing and drag it in a bit. And there. And that's maybe a little slow, but whatever. And then if I play, or it's like maybe a little small compared to their original paths. Increased playback speed, maybe. I'm sure there's multiple ways to do it. Okay. Now, so yeah, I wonder if I can take this, grab it, and then scope into Magikarp, and then make this part of Magikarp, and then scope out. And now, is that an inherent property of Magikarp, that it has that animation? And then if I clone Magikarp, do they both have the animation? Yes, they do. Oh, that's so good. Okay, cool. Are some of the shots missing? Yeah, I mean, maybe. Like, they aren't necessarily going to bounce off, I guess. It just all depends on how the physics goes. But, I mean, we'll be changing that behavior anyway. Okay. So let's separate these Magikarps out a bit. Well, I mean, these aren't going to be the final Magikarps anyway. Because I want to mess around with instancing and stuff. I want to try to make it be screen-based. That might be asking a lot of Dreams. I wish I could just snap it and have it stay like on the actual grid that I'm like working on. And not just fly off into nothing land. Like I can just hold L, I guess. And that kind of does what I want. Anyway, what was I even doing? I hate also how you have to go into play mode to see the camera perspective. Like there should be... I feel like you should be able to select this camera and it'll show you a preview of the camera. Anyway. Okay, Magikarp, you go down here next to Manaphy. Oh, and let's save. It's been a while. Okay. So what should we do next? I mean, technically in the original game there were two types of Magikarp. And they used one timeline, and they used one animation versus the other, depending on, just randomly. And, like, we could do that. That's possible. But, that's not a priority for me at the moment. Instead, I think I'm going to add some game logic. So let's scope into... Yeah, let's do the logic inside Magikarp. Yeah, for killing the Magikarp. How did you find this game? I mean, it was at E3 for a few years, I think. Yeah, the Manaphy game. I made the Manaphy game. Dreams was at E3. Let's see. Okay. Let's make a microchip. Let's stick it on Magikarp. Probably. Yeah, that looks good. Like, where do you find it on the PSN store? Well, as you can see, it's in a beta. So you're not going to find it anywhere. At the moment. You're going to have to wait for it to actually come out. Let's see. So how do we want to handle this? Magikarps in the original Manaphy game only have 1 health. They die in 1 hit. So we don't even really need a health manager or anything. We just need like a collision sensor, which I think is a thing. Impact sensor. Okay, I have no idea how these work. Let's find out. Sense impacts. When this is wired to an object, the impact sensor will detect the impacts to the objects. This is automatically applied when the gadget is surface snapped. Okay, yeah. Sensitivity. What does that mean? Touching. It's touching another object, as well as the audio surface type. Bumps, rolls, scrapes. Okay, I want it to detect missile. Sure, let's call it missile. And then that means I need to go to the ball. Oh boy, which means I need to find the ball. There it is. How do I... Nope, that's... Okay. Well, let's first rewind. Make sure we're not screwed up or anything. I need to go into here, and then I need to scope out of Manaphy. And then there's my ball. Oh, wait. Do I need to scope in, actually? Okay. Is this the ball? No, this is Manaphy. Fuck. How do I get to the ball? Why is this such a problem to get to the stupid ball? I need to give the ball... You go away. You are in my way. How do I get to the ball? How do I get back to the ball? Like, I can move the ball. But I need to... access the properties of the ball. But the ball is not part of Manaphy. I don't get to the ball by scoping into Manaphy. Ah, no, I've closed that thing. Oh, boy. Like, you could... Yeah, you can scale the ball by doing this. But I need to get to the balls. Yeah. Are any of my dreams experts in the chat? I need to get to the balls thing. Like... What if... But that's for Manaphy's group, which I don't think the ball is part of. The ball is like its own thing. You go away. How do I get... How do I get to the ball? I just want the stupid ball. Is it too late? Have I ruined my chances of getting to the ball? What if I get rid of that? Now my ball is just out in the world somewhere. And I go into the ball. Then I can change the ball's properties. I can call the... It's a bubble, by the way. It's not a ball. And then I just reassign it to the emitter. Is that the way to go? But now it's giant. Oh, but hold on. What if I'm scoped into... What did I do? I broke it, is what I did. It was working, and I broke it. Okay. Ball. Is it giant now? Yeah, it's giant now. Which, honestly, is probably actually closer to the original Manaphy game. This feels... Oh, and they collide with each other. I can make them not do that. Whoops, no, don't do that. Oh, but then I need to... Microchip. Select the emitter. Give me... No, bring up... Don't just select the emitter. Bring up the emitter. And go to the ball. Shrink the ball. It's better when they collide with each other. You know, maybe you're right. Anyway, I think I have accomplished my goal. And the balls... The bubbles are now tagged as missiles. But they aren't hitting Magikarp anymore. Why might that be? Oh boy. Okay. Go into Manaphy. Scope into Manaphy. Scope into the microchip. Yes, do that. Drag all this garbage out of the way. The ball. Or is Manaphy just ending up on like the wrong axis or something? Through play? Or, oh, did Magikarp end up on the wrong axis? I feel like something moved at some point and now nothing is on the right axis. Let's see what it does now. Okay. Better. Much better. I don't know what happened. Anyway. Let's go back into our microchip. Impact sensor. This thing should detect collisions with the ball. And then we need to destroy Magikarp. Whoop. Whoop. So wire touching to the power of that. Wait, hold on. This is wired to an object. The destroyer will destroy that object according to the tweaks. And that sends a signal when the object is destroyed. Okay, can I get the other object? Oh yeah, I should save. Okay. I'm also going to have to get it to destroy the bubble. Which is maybe asking a lot. Anyway. I can attach this to Magikarp. Let's see if that works. Yay! The bubble goes off into oblivion. That works! But now we need it to go the other way. Which in Game Maker is just like an easy thing. You can just say destroy other when you're targeting a collision event. And in fact, most game engines with collision events, you can get the other object and then like call its destructor or something. It always flies away in 3D space. That's fine. But no. Yeah, but I don't want to duplicate that collision code. I feel like this impact sensor should have a it indicates that the attached object is touching another object, as well as the audio surface type. And the position of the touch. But I need the object. I want to get the object itself and wire it into this thing. I guess it doesn't even have an input. So that's not even, like, possible. Ugh. Ugh. But you can... you can do the thing where you connect wires through the emitter. The emitter can clone wires. So we could connect a wire from this destroyer to the bubble. Fuck it. But then, yeah, when we clone Magikarp, when we even save Magikarp as an object, that's not gonna do what we want. You know, my Manaphy's kind of grown on me. He looks pretty nice. He looks pretty recognizable as a Manaphy, if I do say so myself. Never mind his weird little splotch on the bottom, where I forgot to paint. Why is it so hard to get to the whatever you call it, the bubble? You align to grid, thank you. Like, it's right there, but for some reason I just can't select it. Like, I can select Manaphy just fine. Even if I scope out of Manaphy, I still can't select this stupid bubble. Which is very annoying, because I need to change the properties on the bubble. So that basically means I have to delete this connection to get to the bubble. Then I can change the properties on the bubble. And in fact, I can even scope into the bubble. Well, I guess I don't have to. I can like take a... I can wire a microchip up to... Whoops. Actually, is that. I can wire a microchip up to the bubble. And then I can give the bubble logic of its own. I can take the microchip, scope into the bubble, attach the microchip to the bubble. Okay, now the bubble has a microchip of its own, which means we can close this thing for now. Oh boy. Good enough. Why does it do that? Anyway, now we have a microchip for the bubble. So now we can wire up logic to the bubble, which will hopefully then be copied with every instance of the bubble. Excellent. So now we basically just need the same thing. We need a impact sensor, except this time we need to go to Magikarp's properties and call it a foe. And then set this thing to target foes. And then when it targets foes, it needs a... If you put collision detection on every bullet, it could cause a lot of lag. Well, you know what? We're going to find out. We're going to find out together. We need a destroyer. We wire this into this. Boopity, boppity, bippity, boopity, boop, boop, boop. Okay. For some reason the microchip is not scoped in like I thought it would be, but whatever. Hopefully that won't matter. So now we can go into this microchip and into this emitter and reconnect our object to emit back onto our bubble. And we can go back into our bubble, scale it back down to an appropriate size, and now it should work. Yay! It works. And it only took me 4 hours. Again, like, I don't want to fault the game too much because the tutorials aren't all done and stuff, but I don't think that would have taken 4 hours. It definitely would not have taken 4 hours in Game Maker. But again, I know Game Maker. I feel like some part of me feels like if I tried learning, say, Unreal Engine from scratch, because I don't know anything about Unreal Engine, something tells me it would take less time to make this same exact thing. Like, sure, the 3D models and whatever, I wouldn't have been able to do that. But that basic logic of press X, fire bubble, bubble hits enemy, enemy dies, also enemy moves in a circle. That's just such... It just seems like such simple logic. And yet, somehow... Okay. Well, we have something working now. Let's quick save. And so now... Let's rewind. We should be able to, say, clone... You know what? If you factor in the time it took to learn Game Maker... Although, to be fair, I did go through all the tutorials in this thing as well. And I'm not talking about the entire original game. I literally mean this setup where you have Manaphy, who can move, Magikarp, who can move, you can shoot bubbles. Well, whatever. I was a kid when I made that. It might have taken me 4 hours. Anyway, can I clone Magikarp now and he still works? Let's add 3 Magikarps, let's say. Yeah, shoot bubbles that don't fall. That's not a problem in most game engines. Ah. Boop. 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 Beautiful. Let's, move these more down towards the center of the screen.
Sorry, what device?
Cancel.
Sorry, what device?
Cancel!
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand that.
Okay, thanks, Alexa. Ah. Anyway, okay. They're still a bit too close together. That's the thing, I can't see what the bounds are of the screen. I don't think there's any way to just view that in the editor. Okay, Magikarp. Go up here somewhere. Vaguely, I just sort of have to eyeball it. And then go... Did you get off axis or something? Yeah. You go up. You go down. How does that look? They're too far apart. Better Magikarp graphics? Are you kidding me? These... Whoops, wrong button. These are perfect. Okay, play. Perfect. Someone's messaging me on Facebook. I should probably address the concerns. Okay, cool. We got cheese. And we got kitties. Okay. Look at this! It's the Manaphy game. And admittedly, this is about as much as I had done in, what's it called? WarioWare DIY. Is you had Manaphy, you had Magikarps, and you could shoot the Magikarps with the bullets. That's basically what I had done then. And that's basically what I have done now. So yeah, we just need to keep getting closer and closer to that ideal original. Ideal is definitely the word I would use to describe the Manaphy game. Let's see, what should we do next? So I'd like to have some sort of screen logic. Well, we also need health, actually. That's probably a good thing to do, is give Manaphy health. And that's pretty easy, I think. We can close this thing. We just need a health manager. And we could also just use variables, I guess. But, like, whatever. Health manager, sure. And we need max health of 100, current health of 100. Cooldown time. I'm going to have to check the original source code to see what that was. His original invincibility was half a second. So we'll just go with that as well. Yeah, there we go. That's a health manager right there. And then we need a another impact sensor so that we can say when Manaphy touches a foe. I wonder if you can make more tags, because those kind of aren't enough. When Manaphy touches a foe, we want to... Let's see, how does this work? I forget. There was a tutorial on health managers. Are any of these inputs? Yeah, health pickups were in the original as well, but not on, like, the first screen, so we don't really have to worry about that yet. What does consider players do? Oh, so like player numbers. Okay. Do I need a separate counter? Like, that doesn't seem right. Then what's the point of the health manager exactly? Ah, man, I forget. There was this tutorial. There was a tutorial on managing health. Maybe I should go back to the tutorial. Let's see. Well, what do we have? We need... Was it a counter? Did you just use a counter? Where is a counter? Bumps, decrease count, start the counter. You know what? I'm just gonna go quickly back out to the tutorial. Yeah, I'm aware. Dreams Workshop Logic tutorial. Health. Here we go. Adding a health modifier. Making a damage zone using a health modifier.
Let's go ahead and open the health modifiers tweak menu by hovering over it.
Okay.
Holding L1, then pressing square.
Sure.
Here you can set all the options for how
Except
the
I
health
don't think that's the one I
modifier
wanted.
works, including how much health is modified, which is shown in
I
the
think because I
first
skipped the
slider.
first tutorial, there's not actually the thing it wants.
Right now it's set to -100, meaning it will take 100 health points.
Oh, health modifiers!
Just enough to make Connie respawn. The modifier mode is set to per hit, so 100 health will be taken away from anything that touches it.
Oh.
But since
Right,
we
that's
want
how
the
you
area
use.
around the platforms to be lethal, we need to set the modifier type to zone. Select the zone icon with X now. Then select
You know,
the
maybe
zone
it's not even
properties tab,
worth
so we can change
using health stuff. Maybe I should just keep like a variable. I don't know. I don't know what the best way to do this is. But right, health modifiers are what you use to modify health appropriately enough. Where are those? Are those in gameplay? No. Logic? No. Movers and output. Health modifier. Okay. Let's say the health modifier removes however much health per hit. Okay, yeah, we want it to be once. Okay. So we don't even need the collision detector. We can just use this thing and say, when you touch foe, lose health. But we need it to care what kind of foe. Right? Like, Magikarps are going to do a different kind of damage from, oh, so does the health modifier go on... Whoops. On Magikarp. You know, that would make sense, actually. Well, I keep screwing this up. Okay. Let's go over to Magikarp. Oh, but now we have all these Magikarp clones. We can get rid of those. Okay. So Magikarp needs a health modifier, which affects, I guess, friend is what we'll call Manaphy. And let's see how much damage Magikarps did in the original. 1. They did 1 damage out of 100, which makes them basically negligible. Okay. Per hit. Actually, no. We want it to be continuous, and then Manaphy has the damage cooldown. Okay. And then, just so we can see if it's actually doing anything, we need a number displayer, which will display current health. Whoops, that's max health. Current health on the number displayer. I don't know where this is displaying. Let's see what it does. Play. It's just this floating text box. Oof. It's not doing anything. What game are you making? I'm making the Manaphy game, which is the greatest game ever made. Are they actually touching? Oh, right. You're right. I never made Manaphy a friend. Whoops, that's not what I want. I want to tag Manaphy as friend. Excellent, thank you. Play. It's still not doing anything. I wonder if I need to tag, like, Manaphy as a friend rather than the group. That would make sense. Because the chip is on Manaphy, not on the group. The chip is part of the group. No. That's not doing anything. Okay. Like, is this... Detect any selected... Yeah, it should automatically be... but hold on. Should I go back to the tutorial? Let's go back to the tutorial, because I don't fully understand how health thingies work. Dreams, 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 dreams. Whoopsie, that's the right one. Okay, adding a health modifier. Let's start from the top.
In
I
this
wish this could go
tutorial,
faster.
You'll learn how to give and take away health, as well as how to use checkpoints in your scenes. Let's start by going into play mode and seeing if you can get Connie across that first gap.
Oh my god, go faster.
Whoops! Sorry, Connie. I forgot to fix that. Don't worry though. Even after falling such a long way, Connie is just fine. Only problem is, there's no way for her to get back up. What we need is for Connie to respawn on a platform if she falls. So that's going to be our next job.
There's no way to
First, switch
fast
back to
forward
edit
this.
mode. Remembering to rewind the scene
can
with L3
rewind.
as we always do after play mode.
You just can't skip ahead.
In order to make Connie respawn, we're going to use a health modifier gadget to make the floor around the platforms lethal.
You know, we
Health
could have also just
modifiers
looked
can
at the
damage or
tooltip.
heal anything that has a health manager.
Yeah, they can
And as
damage
luck would
anything with
have
the
it,
health manager.
Connie has one built right into her logic.
I wonder if just my health manager isn't
Go to the
properly
assembly menu, open it with square
attached
first
to
if it's
Manaphy. It's
closed,
attached to the microchip,
and
and the
select the
microchip
gadgets
is
menu,
attached to Manaphy.
the one with 3 connected squares.
I wonder if maybe Manaphy isn't
You'll find the health
colliding.
modifier in the movers and output section, which is
Okay. I wonder if maybe they aren't colliding at all. Oof. Edit. Okay. Health. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do remember my SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom Let's Play. Thank you. And like this microchip is attached to Magikarp, I think. It was, right? Yeah, I mean, that didn't change anything. So then, health modifier. It's on impact. Do you take a wire from the health modifier in Magikarp's chip to Manaphy? You shouldn't have to. Because, like, there shouldn't need to be any connection between Magikarp and Manaphy. And I'm pretty sure the way it described the health modifier, I mean, we can check in the tooltip up here, is that health modifiers can damage anything with a health manager. If you want to create blah blah blah, you'll need one of these. The health modifier will damage or repair something by sending signals to the health manager to affect its stats. Let's make a shape die when it reaches 0 health. Stamp a shape and snap a health manager and destroyer. Stamp another shape above it. Set the new shape to movable so it'll fall and snap a health modifier onto it. default tweaks suit our purposes just fine. The manager has a current health of 100. The modifier is set to impact and to remove 100 health with one hit. So all we have to do is activate the destroyer, connect the no health output, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, it works the way I think. I'm just... Because Manaphy doesn't actually collide with Magikarp the way the bubbles do. So, like, I'm not sure if there's something in the physics. Glidable. Oh. No! That's not what I meant! And it still doesn't work! No, come back! That's not... That's not what I meant. Come back. Where are you going? No. Okay. So no. Not collidable. Friction, bounce, squashiness, density, gravity, imp interaction. Like, none of those. Effects, collision labels. Try a zone. Zones are lame. I don't want to use a zone. Whoops. It is a friend. What does detected do? When it's detected by something. Why do I keep doing that? And the health modifier... is set to detect any friend. It's on. Okay, fine. What if I use a zone? Look at that zone. Pew. Pew. Yeah, but this is just like a hitbox. But it's going to be like a shitty hitbox. Because, you know. See, how do I move the zone? I have to actually move the thing. There, I mean, that's a shitty hitbox now, but does it work? No. Like, does my number displayer even work? Ugh. Let's see further damage. This thing updates, right? I don't understand. Like, if I change this number, this number does in fact, it works. Ugh. What if it's per hit impact? Yeah, they don't... Okay. What if we... make Manaphy collidable? Oh! That worked. But now it's awful. Goodbye, Manaphy. So yeah, if you set Manaphy to collidable, and you set Magikarp's damage type to like not continuous. I wonder if that's the problem, it being continuous. So yeah, see, now when Manaphy hits Magikarp, Manaphy gets damaged, but then also gets sent flying off into oblivion. Which is not ideal. So... Ugh! You! Okay. Is there a way to restrict Manaphy's coordinates in X and Y? Well, yeah. In, like, Unity there would be, but I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think there is. In this nightmare engine. Okay. So we want it to be per hit. We want it to be... What if we make it zone? And then we make Manaphy not collidable. That doesn't... Yeah, you can keep it on the axis using that, like, follower trick from before, but then we also need to lock its rotation, and, ugh. Like, it's really the rotation that's screwing it up. So... I need it to be collidable, I just need it to not be actually impacted by collisions. Physical properties. Visible. Sculpture will collide. It's labeled as collides with. If it collides with nothing. Movable is, I don't know. You set the hitbox to a different collision layer than the sculpture. Why are these controls so bad? I don't know. Okay, so where did I leave? Manaphy is collides with nothing, but then it's set to zone. Let's see what that does. That still does nothing. Oh my god. Okay. No, wrong button. Oh. Let's see. We want... Does it work if you collide with foe? Does this work? No, the zone just doesn't seem to work at all. Is Manaphy set to collidable? No, okay. Okay, set it to collidable, but collide with nothing. What does that do? What? Okay. Hold on, maybe it's because this group... No, this group is labeled, and it's set to not collide. Okay, the Manaphy group is also set to collide, so it's probably inheriting that or something. Go! Now you collide with nothing, but you do have collisions, and yet you're still colliding. You're still colliding. I just... Collides with nothing. Manaphy itself collides with Nothing. What does this option even do? Ah! This is honestly infuriating, and I don't know how anyone gets anything done in this engine. Health modifier. Impact. Per hit. -1. There's no zone. It hits friends. Affected objects is Magikarp. This isn't even important. Like, it's not like you ever actually run into Magikarps in the actual game. But when you do, they should hurt you. Ugh. Okay. I'm running out of ideas. If I'm being honest. Does anyone have any ideas? Like, the health modifier and stuff works. It's just I need it to detect collision with Magikarp without actually physically stopping in space. Which is ridiculous. Like... This should be super doable. I just want it... Like, it's not movable. Is the group set to movable? Is that a thing you can do? Oh. That might be it. That might be the problem. So it was in a group and the group was set to movable. So there, it's collidable but not movable. It collides with foes. It is a friend. Magikarp has a microchip with a health manager that is set on impact per hit to collide with friends. Does that work? It doesn't work. Doesn't work. Oh, wait. But the group... I might watch that tutorial if this doesn't work. But the group is still, I think, set to not collide with foes. Now the group collides with foes. Play. It didn't help. Why didn't that help? Why didn't that help? Is there any other stupid options in the group that are making this? It is a friend. It collides with foes. It is not movable. At least it's not moving. What's the current issue? Okay, so I want to make it so when Magikarp touches Manaphy, the other way around, when Manaphy touches Magikarp, Manaphy takes damage. Manaphy has a health manager. Manaphy is tagged as collidable, but not movable, and so is the group. And it is set to collide with foes. In Magikarp, there is a health modifier. It's back. It's behind the thing. A health modifier that is set to impact per hit, -1 health. It is set to hit on friends, which Manaphy is tagged as. When you play the game, Manaphy hits Magikarp and nothing happens. Why does nothing happen? Why does nothing happen? Interesting. Yeah. Thanks. That's real helpful. I appreciate the insight. I would take off the labels. Just get rid of labels entirely. Okay, you collide with everything now. And you have no label. Similarly, the group has no label and collides with everything. Magikarp group has no label and still collides with everything. Magikarp itself is not labeled. Is that... No, because it was working earlier. Oh, whatever. That might be the problem. Let's see what that does. No, that didn't actually help. Anyway. Magikarp. I hate everything. That's the group. The group. Oh, get in here. Right. The health modifier matches just everyone. Unlabeled. Friend, foe, scenery, object, machine, weapon, missile, target. It doesn't have a tag of its own. Because that would be silly. Nor does the microchip. Only Magikarp has a tag. And it doesn't. It has no tag. There. Nothing has labels. Everything is set to collision with everything. Play. Go. Nothing happens. But if I set... Oh, what was it? If I set the group to be movable or something? Yeah, if you set the group to be movable, it works. And you see the health goes down. But then... Well, you can see what happens. Okay, so what if I use a trigger zone? I don't want to use a trigger zone because I want to just use the natural hitbox of the shape of the Magikarp. I don't want to make a hitbox, but sure. Let's see if that works. Zone. I made a zone. It's vaguely... Go. Does that work? That works. And I guess now Magikarp's tail is unlethal. But that works. Thank you. Hitboxes. They solve everything. I don't know why it didn't work before. I feel like it should. But whatever. It works now. Quick save! Oh, boy. Oh, Jesus. Criggledy friggles. 4.5 hours in. We have something technically functional. It does work with more Magikarps. I tested that already. Well, I guess not the collision stuff, but whatever. No reason that wouldn't work. Let's just make that health displayer look prettier. Also set a keyframe. Okay, what can I do with this thing? The original Manaphy game, not the version that you guys are playing, but like the original Manaphy game, the health was displayed in the title bar, which is not ideal. I think you can do better than that. I think there's a way to make actual health bars in this game, but it's like annoying, and it involves keyframes or something. So I might just go with this whole number displayer thing. I just need to figure out how to... Oh, here we go. Screen alignment. You can just center it in the screen. Custom, what does that even mean? There, just stick it up there in the corner. And make the text red. Or actually make the text like white and make the text box red. And make it less round. So I'm not about that much roundiness. Less brightness, what does it even do? Tail shape. Oh, you can make like text boxes, that's fun. Auto fit. Ah! That's just silly. Texture. I can't even tell what that's doing. Drag it with custom. Wait, drag. Oh! Interesting. Oh, pfft. That's silly. Let's just stick that like way up in the corner to try and recreate the original feeling of an awful health display in your Windows title bar. Let's see, right, and I want to change the font, which is a slider. Isn't that fun? I just want it to be anything other than the default, honestly. Whoops, I want that one. Let's see how that looks in action. Whoopity boopity boop. Boop. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. The original Manaphy game did not have sound effects or like I don't think anything happened when you got hit. It just happened. I think when you got hit by projectiles there was an effect, but if you just like walked into an enemy, I don't think there was any indication that that happened. Let me play it to be sure though. Let's see, it's in my public. I thought I had this pulled up already. Manaphy game. Is it loading? Yep, there it goes. Okay. So yeah, when you walked into a Magikarp, yeah, you just started losing health, but nothing happened. And you see, this version of the Manaphy game does have a health bar, but that was added in a later revision. This is basically a mod, as far as I'm concerned. The original Manaphy game, all your health was in the health bar, which you can't see, but it's up there. It's just a number. And so yeah, this right here is faithful to the original Manaphy game. But what's not faithful is this. Why not the bubbles? Oh, it's because I got rid of the label, I think. The bubbles are set to disappear when you collide with foe. That's fine. We can add that label back. Label as foe, and also just for funsies, label Magikarp itself is foe. That should all still work, I think. Cool. The emitter works now. And this still works too. Okay, and Manaphy doesn't kill himself by shooting bubbles, right? Okay. Cool. Yeah, I guess that wouldn't make sense. Why would it? Okay. So yeah, that's not faithful. Because in the Manaphy game, when you kill an enemy, there is an explosion effect. So how do you make an explosion effect? It's a very good question. Gameplay score. A particle emitter. Fog. Light. Camera shaker. You're gonna want a clone. Hold on, let me quick save. Now that we got something functional. You're gonna want a clone. Let's see. Yeah, that's all that stuff. How do we make explosions? How do we make it go boom? Let's see. What else could I do also? Gyroscope. That's fun. Teleporter. Teleporter. Never mind. Let's not think about that. Display, blah blah blah. Logic and processing. Because, like, everything in this game is flex, right? So, like, in paint mode, you can make kind of an explodey sort of thing. But you could duplicate Magikarp multiple times, each sculpted to be a piece of it, and then animate the pieces exploding violently. Well, Magikarp is made of 2 pieces, so... And that's also not quite this sort of explosion effect I'm going for. So I imagine... Oh, you can make keyframes in the paint tool. And you could probably just animate an explosion and then play that animation or something. Like, what all can you do with this? Let's see. Yeah, you can make something kind of explodey. I wonder, could you... So that's all color. Stroke. Oh, so you could do something like that, actually. Phew. What can you do with... Whoops. Select density. So you can be like, Pwah! That would look really dumb. Pwah! 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 Okay. Yeah, and then you could do like this sort of thing. Oh boy. Pwah! Spread. Phew. Oh, that's like an explosion, kind of. Pwah! 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 That's the sound of an explosion. Animation. Boom. Yeah, I don't really have an animation here, though. Wait. Animations are different from frame by frame? And then physical. Attached at both ends. Floppiness. Yes, give me flow. Man, look at that. It's floppy. Oh man, that's just fun. Make it extra 100% floppy. Wow, look at that. Oh man, this game is great. This game is fantastic. Oh, you can make it just kind of fall. Oh, it's like draped over Magikarp though, so it's not falling. Is that what's happening? If I drag it like over there? No, it still won't fall. Interesting. I guess it's just kind of droopy is more what it's going for. Oh, and you can make it... Oh yeah, you can have all these different properties. Don't really know what these could do in this context. Evaporate. Oh man. Throb. I want my flex to throb. Hand-drawn animation. Oh, you can make it like sort of bounce around. Okay. So you can kind of do a lot with the particle system. Which makes sense considering the entire game is made of particles. But anyway, what would be like a good explodey sort of thing? I guess the splat effect. This splat effect. Boop. Okay. So what if we start with just one? Then what all can we do with it? Well, let's make it red for one thing. Okay. So now animation. I don't get what you can do with animation exactly. That's different from frame by frame. I guess that lets you like literally go through it frame by frame. See, I only have the one stroke there. And it's really just the one fleck. I can't really do anything with those. I need to go to, yeah, duplicates. Then you can create a whole bunch of duplicates. Rotational duplicates in all directions, like a whole bunch of them. And then just make like a pwah. A pwah sort of pwah. Pwah. And so like you can keyframe that, I'm pretty sure. And then also make them fade out. It's a little big, so we can shrink it down. Pwah. Like honestly, shrink it down even more. Pwah. That would look pretty silly, huh? Pwah. I don't know if that's a worthwhile endeavor. Pwah. None of these effects seem to really do much of anything. I guess the game's not running. That would explain why. Okay, so you can make them kind of turn. Whatever that's worth. You can throb. They can, oh yeah, jitter around as if they're... It just makes it slower. That's weird. Make them flow. Oh, that's weird. It's probably just because there's only one of them that it's so weird. I love that you can make them floppy. I don't know if the floppiness is working with it only being... With it actually only being the one fleck. How do I download this? It's too late for that. You're gonna have to wait for the actual game to come out. I think. I mean, unless maybe they open beta signups again at some point, but pretty sure you're out of luck as far as getting into the beta at this point. Okay, so yeah, we want copies to be super high. And then we can set, like we can just turn it off. And then, okay, so we can add an animation. Animations scare me still, but okay, let's add a keyframe, which is just that now, and then add another keyframe, which is that the spread is like super high, like 50. And so now that's a keyframe. And so if we take a timeline, we can we can like snap these keyframes onto our timeline. Can make our timeline dramatically shorter, because this is just going to be a short little explosion-y effect. And then we can do like that. Oh yeah, and that makes an explosion effect, sort of. I wish you could make this a larger number, but I could also just go into my original painting and add more flex to begin with. Oh, but they're all scaled down, so I have to scale them down appropriately. Okay, that's... Okay, yeah, I need to set that back to... Oh, I see how that's working. It's not quite doing what I want it to. Weird flex. I just wish I could set this number higher. I want more. I wonder if I just like use a mathy thing. Logic, processing, calculator. And I just make it like super high. Will that actually affect that, or will it cap out at 100? Yeah, that doesn't seem to go above 100, even with an input. It is actually controlling it though, right? Oh, it's a percent, so I wonder if it's like out of 1 instead of out of 100. Yeah, that seems to be the case. Boop. And yeah, it only goes up to 100. I wish it went higher. I want more. I demand more flex. Anyway. We've got this. explosion effect. And we need it to also fade out. So we need the opacity to slide downy like that. So what does that look like? Okay, rewind. Why are you being dumb? Go. Oh, I didn't stop recording. That's the problem. Haha. I know what I'm doing. Okay, let's make sure this keyframe is set up properly. So it's got opacity 100. And then duplicates, spread set to 0. Oh, but wait, why? What? I'm confused. Why is this? My explosion worked before. Let's undo until it works. This is probably going to be before I added the calculator or anything. Okay. Is this my working explosion? Oops, I'm in the fucking... Okay. Does my explosion work? Okay, cool. My explosion works. Now let's go into this. Let's go into this. Let's go into this. And let's go into that. Okay. What does that look like? Okay, and then we set this to play once. Or sustain. Play once. That's what I want. Okay. Cool, cool. I think we've got something cool here. Now, can I take this timeline and attach it to my painting? I mean, it's not a sculpture. I don't even really know what that would do. Can I take this and scope it into my painting? Okay. So there. Now those are a group. Now can I take this and attach it to, say, Magikarp? Like to the... That's not quite attached the way I intended. That's not quite what I want. And you go there. Are you attached? I can't really tell. Okay. But now, okay, it is at least scoped in. So if I... Whoops. Okay, I've ruined everything. Go into here, and go into here. I meant here. So what is this? Okay, what if we attach this wire to this timeline? What does that do? Say. Go. Boop. Oh, the... it works, but the explosion... Well, one thing, it kind of looks like garbage. And for another, the explosion, my particle effect, is not actually... not actually attached to Magikarp. And it's just kind of sitting there afterwards. The animation did not do what I wanted it to. But that was close. It was very close. How do I get this thing to follow this thing? And please don't tell me I have to make a follower. Okay, can I not just... Scoochie poochie? Oh, could I guess I could do that. But first I want to get it to follow Magikarp. That's my first priority. Do I have to make a follower for that? It'll be under movers. I'm gonna do that unless someone gives me a better idea. Oh, you typed your name wrong. Yeah, it was just like a free response form for the for like your PSN name. I guess this thing needs to come with me into the... Uh-oh. Yeah, delete you. Go into here. Then give me a follower. I don't even know if these need to be nested groups necessarily, if that even makes sense. Follow mode. Follow speed. Infinite. Strength infinite. Overall damping. 100. Do I have to make a stupid tag? Okay, affected objects. Can I even... Can I make it my... Okay, I can make it my paint fleck. Oh god, now it's this giant zone. Am I gonna have to go into Magikarp? Can I give it a... What is a tag? Are tags and labels? How do I tag something? Is that like this thing? Huh. But also this doesn't seem like the right way to do this. I just want my paint fleck. Like, does that not... Let's delete this thing. Does that not do it? No, why doesn't that do it? Why can't you just attach the paint fleck to the sculpture? Wait, what's it doing over here? Oh yeah, because it started the thing. Now I can't see it anymore. It's like inside of him. Get out. Oh boy. What have I done? What is this little thing? Oh. You go away. I undid too much. Whoops. Wrong button. Like, I feel like I should just be able to attach these two things. Oh, I could... Like, that feels like that should work, but it doesn't. I could use... and this would be very dumb... a connector. Like, say, a string. I could just literally connect them with a string. Boop. 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 It doesn't... It's not connecting. There we go. What does that do? Oh wait, I wonder if... Well, okay, that was dumb, obviously. Delete that. Like, make it movable? Grab the particle and scope into the fish. But I mean, they are a part of a group, but I think it's the fish itself, the fish sculpture that moves, and I can't scope into the sculpture while I'm holding the particle. Okay, so there... I mean, that's what I did. I grabbed it. I grabbed it, and then I scoped in. And the particle itself is also a group. It's got a little buddy coming along for the ride. But now, the particle and the fish are one. And that's what they had before. And yeah, the particle doesn't move. I don't know why the particle doesn't move. I want my particle to move. It's set to movable. For whatever that's worth. Turn off movable. I think it was off by default. Wait, that was for the whole group. That's not what I wanted. Ah, come on. Okay, I want just the particle group. I want movable off. Go. Yes, doesn't. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Oh yeah, that's true. I didn't think to do that. Why doesn't my particle move with my fish? See, they're part of a group. But I think it's the fish, the way I have my animation set up. Yeah, it's with the motion controls. It takes a little bit to get used to it, but it works fine. Well enough. I think the way I have my animation set up, it's the sculpture that moves. And I can't get... Like, I don't... Okay, what if we ungroup them? Like, scope in, grab it. No, scope in, grab it, scope out. What if we try scoping in twice? Like, We can't. I don't know if there's a way to make the. 'Cause the fish is moving with keyframes. The fish has its own. Wait, that's. Is it on this microchip? Where's the fish's timeline? That's the particles timeline. Tweak the particle? Whoops. See if it's set to something different-y. Can you move the animation off of the sculpture and onto the group? Ugh. Check physics. Sure. It's physical. It's attached it. Is that the problem? No. Well, I don't even know what the current state of my particle is it? Yeah, it is grouped. Oh wait, it's like second level nested. I just have this nothing group. Take off physical, sure. I think the problem is that the animation is just one layer deeper than where the... I always forget to hit R3, but it's one layer deeper than where the particle can actually group into. Because the particle, the animation is animating the sculpture, when really we want it to animate the group. Also, I don't know where the timeline is. Like, where's the timeline? Where'd I put it? Like, that's the particle effects timeline right there. Is it inside Magic Card? Don't I have X-ray on? Shouldn't I be able to see things? Oh, I guess I turned it off. Okay. That's... At what level does this... Move it with a new keyframe, and then they should move in sync. Oh my god. Let's turn off X-ray. Okay, let me see if I turn on X-ray and then I turn on... No, I don't care. Test mode. What? Cool, I guess. Maybe the explosion's not worth it. Ugh. Okay. Okay. Forget the explosion. It can just... sit elsewhere for now. Oh wait, I'm moving everything. Oh my god, no. Undo it. Scope in. Well, no. Scope in. Scope in. Delete that. It's gone now. It's as if it never existed. Okay. We're back where we started. The fish doesn't explode. The way nature intended. I don't know how I feel about dreams. Like, it's cool. You can do so many cool things. But just doing some simple things that would be so easy in any reasonable game engine with an interface that isn't a freaking DualShock 4. It's just infuriating at times. Like, oh my god. At least we made a beautiful Manaphy. Just even simple things like I want to make a 2D game and I want to see the bounds of the camera. Okay, can we make a skybox? How do you make a skybox? Is that under cameras and lighting or something? Sun and sky. Boop. Okay, what can we do? Sun, is that sun, sky? Okay. I would like to make a skybox, please. Oh, I see. You can change the type of the flex. Honestly, those default circular ones is already pretty watery, to be honest. I just want it to be not the default. Sky image. I don't fully understand how the image in the thumbnail is actually corresponding with what I'm seeing in the world. Ooh, you can just make it completely black. That's exciting. Ah, but no. Whee! I want this guy to be blue, please. Extremely blue. But no, like a darker blue? Not that dark. Or like... Yeah, I mean, the Manaphy game just had kind of a boring, generic blue background. With... Okay, you go... It still feels more sky-y than watery. Yeah, it needs more of a gradient. Which I guess is what that slider does. That's a lot. But still, that's making it like a horizon. I want it more of a smooth gradient, but I want it to get... I want it to be bright at the top, and I want it to be dark in the bottom. But I want it more gradienty. I want it as close to the Manaphy game as possible. Okay. That's, like, not great. And now it just becomes really hard to see Manaphy. I guess it just needs to be darker, maybe. Like I just want it not default, really, is my main concern. And then, what can we do about the sun? Can I make the sun blue? Wait, can you actually see the sun? Oh. Well, yeah, turn the sun off. Oh, okay, that kind of affects the lighting now, doesn't it? Fine, I'm okay. I guess you can't see the sun because it's, like, behind you. Just make it white. And right. Not that bright. Sun size. I want the sun to be giant. Oh, yeah, I guess if you make sun size 0, then yeah, you can't see the sun, but it still lights the scene. Oh, also, sun visible would accomplish the same effect. Cast shadows. Oh, you can turn shadows off? Interesting. I don't think that will really matter for our scene. Okay, how does our game look now? Different. I'm not going to say better, but different. And it is almost vaguely recognizable as the Manaphy game. Okay. That was a good start. Well, another thing the Manaphy game has is bubbles. So let's see if we can't use paint mode and use these kind of circular flecks to make, like, bubbles. So I wonder if we duplicate round camera. Not very many. Well, for one thing, blue. Probably should have made it blue to begin with rather than just trying to tint it blue. So let's start over. Oh wait, tint amount. Yeah, that'll do it probably. Turn the opacity down. These don't really look like bubbles, though, is the thing. But if paint flecks are the only way to make transparency, I could draw a bubble, but that's lame. Make it shiny. That doesn't do anything. Make it glow. Oh boy, that's something. Yeah, we don't really want them to glow. See, if we can make duplicates around the camera, then we can kind of get a bubbly effect. Just make not that many copies. Yeah, have them all be different sizes, but only slightly. You can also just sort of shrink them down in general. And then we want them to move. I forget how you make them move. Like, we can make them flow, I guess. But that makes them, like, fade in and out in a really weird way. Oh, I wonder if we had, like, more. Maybe not flow. Boil. What does boil do? It just makes them How do I make them just go? Oh boy. I want to scope into it. Maybe that's in one of these other things, like the effects mode. Yeah, so we can take our buddy and we can make him flow. I forget how to do this stuff. Marriage paintings. What does this look like currently? Yeah, there's just kind of bubbles everywhere. Are some of them in front? Oh yeah, some of them are in front. So it is close to what we want. We just need to get them to flow properly. So you know, like if we get them to flow, then they flow, but they like all fade in and out in unison because it is just the one fleck. So I wonder if I should start with more flecks. Would that be the way to go? If I just first let's make them blue, as they should be. Is that the way to go? To just have e. But that's not really the effect I want. Well, let's see what we can do with that. My imp is like stuck. Okay, let's see what we can do with duplicates. If we set spread, no, that doesn't. Scale jitter. Copies. Okay, we just kind of need to start over. Okay. Let's head into modes. Paint mode. Let's grab a circle. Let's make it blue. And we'll use stamp flex. I wonder if there's some guide we could use. No, not really. Okay. Stamp. Give me the stamp tool. Give me the color blue, please. Please keep basic settings. Okay, and then just kind of stampy, 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 stampy. Let's make like a whole bunch of bubbles. But like all spread out like. So we can get kind of a, maybe like a parallax sort of thing going. Okay. Now if we take duplicates around the camera, not that many though. Okay, I don't know if, well, for one thing, the opacity needs to be way down. I might have made too many bubbles. Let's see if we can't get the spread to something that kind of looks nice. And then flow. Okay, this is starting to look like something here. if you ask me. You just gotta sort of tweak. Oh yeah, we need the scale jitter. So they all look different sizes and stuff. Like, this is obviously a lot more bubbles than the original Manaphy game would have had. But anyway, and I think it's style mode, and then comb, yep, and then you get the bubbles to go up. And I think that looks not so bad, don't you? Yeah, look at that! That turned out, I'm yelling right next to the microphone, that, I think, turned out pretty okay. The bubbles, at the very least. We didn't get our cool explosion effect, unfortunately. But we were at least able to make some pretty sick bubbles. And I'm happy about that. Okay. That's cool. So, like, we've almost, just about, made the first... Oh, but now these are going to be, like, everywhere anytime I go to select anything? Oh, no. I regret my decisions. So, yeah, let's try out that deep clone tool. So, if I clone Magikarp... How does this work? Oh, live clone. First, we want that, for sure. We want Magikarp. Let's turn off X-ray, because that's making things confusing. Oh, and then we can clone it. Oh, well, first thing, we've lost our grid guide at some point, so we need that. Clone. And so now... Whoops. Whoops. Tools. Just the normal move tool. Okay. So now we should have a live clone. I wonder if there's a way to make the animations start at like a random point. Anyway, well, first off, this is a live clone now, theoretically, so we should be able to say scope into Magikarp. If my oh yeah, look, you can see the other clone. If I change anything on this, that affects the other one as well. So look at that. That actually worked out completely perfectly. Well, not completely. It's still, you can't make. So yeah, what happens if I scope into this one and I edit it? Yeah. So I don't think I can make changes to this one that don't affect the original, which is mildly annoying. But let's see if we can't, if this timeline can get closer to the thing it's working on. Playback speed, restart, on end trigger, playhead position, ignore frame rate. Let's see, what can we do? Oops. What all can we do here? Let's see. If we go into gadgets and then say logic, there's the randomizer, spelled with an S because they're dirty Brits. Open back up. Randomize mode. No repeat, shuffle, true random. Wait, how does this thing work? does this thing actually do? So we have the randomizer. It takes the signal you pass in and sends it from a random output port. Stand for a bunch of different shapes. Don't make it. Okay. Yeah, the bubbles look pretty nice, don't they? Let's see. So I want it to randomly either play the animation forward or play it backwards. That's at least an option, right? Playback speed. Can I set that to negative? Or is there like a play backwards option? Is that not even an option? I mean, I could duplicate. Yeah, I guess that's the way to go. And then it's more flexible, as I can copy. I can copy this timeline. Yeah, and then just reverse it. The start and end will be the same. It's only the two in the middle that will change. Oops. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. You go over there. You go over there. There, and that should play in the opposite direction. Okay. So then we just randomly play either this one or this one. Let's see if that did what I wanted. Huh? Yeah, it looks like it. Wait. Why is it going down? No, Magikarp. Come back. Okay, it looks like my backwards animation doesn't quite work correctly, shall we say. But... Oh, wait. Did the live clone... Oh, no. The live clone didn't copy the other stuff. Oh. Well, whatever. It's not so complicated yet that we can't just copy and paste it. But also, I shouldn't be copying and pasting it because it doesn't work. What's wrong with my backwards? Whoops. Oh my god. The bubbles are in the way, and that's kind of hilarious. So that one works. Like, they both seem to work here. Why do they go down? Why does that happen? Where are they going? Oh, is it because I moved the timeline? Would that matter? Why did they go down? What's happening? Where are they going? Like it was working before. And if I make it sustained, does that change anything? Wait, why is the whole thing moving down? That doesn't make any sense. Where are they going? Where are they going? Uncheck movable. But why weren't they doing that before? That's what I don't get. Does it work now? Oh, okay, I need to turn those back to loop, because that does actually work. Okay. Cool. Now the Magikarps choose from between 3 different animations. Anyway, that is what we have managed to accomplish in 5.5 hours of work. Oh man, I'd be better off. That's the whole thing about Dreams, is like it's cool and it's... Wait, why don't the bubbles disappear anymore? Wait, no, they do. I'm just shooting 2 bubbles. Hold on. Okay, it's just that I'm shooting too many bubbles. Okay, everything works now. Everything is wonderful. Maybe I should make the sun slightly less bright. Manaphy is a little too bright, but that's also true to the original. Ugh. How does, like... I like this. I like how powerful and crazy this toolset is, and I want to make cool things in it. But then part of me is just like, if I'm gonna go through all the effort to make something cool in Dreams, I might as well just make it in a real game engine. Because a real game engine will be a lot more powerful, a lot easier to use, honestly. Like, that should be the one thing this game has going for it, but it kind of doesn't. Like, that's the thing Mario Maker had going for it, is it's easier to use than like Lunar Magic or something. So then ultimately, like, the things this game has going for it are its cool, like, Fleck particle system. Like, it makes it easy to make things that look nice, like these bubbles. I think these bubbles turned out pretty okay. And ultimately, once the full game comes out, the curation system is probably going to be pretty cool, and it'll be easier for people to discover your dreams than it would be for them to discover your random, you know, Unity project that you just share out in the world. And like, that's about it. Like, as much as I love Dreams and I want to keep making cool things in it, part of me is just like, why even bother? What's the point of any of this? No, I couldn't get the explosions to work. At least not the way I wanted them to. this is what we got out of 5 hours of work. I think it would have taken a lot less time if I was just using a real game engine, honestly. I have nowhere to be, though. Is there anything else I can add? Let me save. It's been a while. Okay. Reset. Bring our Magikarps back. Like, honestly, well, the music is the big thing that's missing, but I don't want sound mode. I've not touched this. Music timeline. Okay. And then you could, you can add timelines to your timelines, bro. So you can timeline while you timeline. So yeah, you can totally like stop adding timelines. No, I don't actually. Oh no. Here, delete that. So you can like make music and stuff. I don't know what I'm doing. There was no tutorial. Yeah, I guess like maybe once you know what you're doing, you can make things quickly. And especially once the full game is out with VR support, that'll be freaking cool. But like, it just feels clumsy almost. Like, I don't know. Maybe the tool set in the full game. I've seen a guy setting up many RPG mechanics in just hours. Like, yeah, that's cool if you can do that. It just seemed, I don't know. Let's see. I wonder if I forget what that song is called. I'm sure someone recognizes it from the original Manaphy game. Let's see. Oh, I can't play them in the new Game Maker because it doesn't support MIDI or something. I think it's from Paper Mario. I think. I didn't pick it. Yeah, this song. What's the name of this song? Does DualShock 4 feel awkward to use? Like, it can at times. It depends what exactly you're trying to do with it. Using the Move controllers also can feel very awkward at times. But again, I'm sure if you were in VR, the Move controllers would feel great. Yeah, honestly, the interface is a big part of the problem. Like, the motion controls, the gyro aiming cursor thing, that's fine. It's not as good as a mouse, obviously, but like it works well for what it's trying to do. It's not the DualShock is not a keyboard, you know, you don't have enough controls to really do the things you want to do. So yeah. Yeah, you can import instruments and make a so you can make KK Slider songs if you want. Let's see, where is it? Hmm. Anyway, I don't think I'm going to try to make any music, because that would just be a completely futile effort. We could maybe steal someone else's music, you know? Yeah! That's where it's at. There's lots of Little Big Planet music. And Animal Crossing music for some reason. Did you make anything else in Dreams? Nope. This was my first attempt to sit down and make anything in this engine. I mean, I went through all the tutorials and you make things in them. But this was my attempt to just sit down and from scratch make something that could reasonably be called a game. And nearly 6 hours later, well, let me know. Would you call this a video game? Yeah, let's make it random. Yeah. Look, if you touch the Magikarp, you get hurt, and you can shoot the Magikarp, and there's cool bubbles. Some of the bubbles are in front of you, and some of them are behind you. That's just like the original Manaphy game. This isn't much of a game. You can't go to the next screen yet, even. How would you do that? You'd have to like you'd have a trigger and you would have it move the camera. Yeah, I guess it's possible, but then you have to make sure the enemies don't wake up before you get to them. Which I wonder if you can just kinda turn them off? Yeah? I mean, I guess you can do that. You can just turn the enemies off and then turn them on when you go to the next screen. But then you'd have to wire up each individual enemy to like some sort of control. And like there's no... That's still... I can't get over that. The fact that you have this camera control thingy, but then you don't have any control. Like, it doesn't show you what the camera is looking at. You can't see the bounds of the screen to, like, place objects precisely. Like, if you're making a 2D game like this, you can't precisely place objects relative to the screen because you can't see where the screen is, which is unfortunate. And hopefully that'll be something that's... Could use a shape in the background for reference. Like, okay, I guess. Yeah, actually, let's see how far we can get doing that. Let's make a cube. This will be our screen cube. Did I... let's make sure I stamp that and not smear it. Don't want multiple cubes. Yeah, you could spawn in the enemies, but I want to do like a cool camera transition. You couldn't really do that with the way the original Manaphy game was structured, where the camera actually sweeps across like Legend of Zelda or Mega Man style. Anyway, let's make a reference cube. A reference plane. Try and get it to match the size of the camera as best we can, which means we're going to be... Whoa! Which means we're going to be going in and out... Whoa, not that way. We're going to be going in and out of play mode a lot. Boop. That's obviously not correct, but how far off is it? Okay, it needs to be a lot larger. Oh, but then I need to go into... oh my god. I need to go into sculpt mode, and I need to go into the stretch tool, and I need to make it super duper 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 biggy. Is that close? I guess I should probably put it at this plane. Like, it doesn't make much sense to put it that far back, honestly. If I put it at this plane, I can get a better... Whoa! What did I do? What is that thing? What is that thing? What have I done? Anyway, let's move our backdrop up a bit. Oh my god. I need to go into stretch tool. Stretch that up. Now I need to make this much smaller. Not that small though. I don't think so. Oh my god. You just gotta sort of stretch it out. SketchUp style. Oh, come on. There we go. That's not 16 by 9, so that's obviously not correct, but... Okay, it needs to be a little taller. And a little... everything. Boop, 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 boop. There needs to be a lot more this way. And see, this isn't something you would have to do in a normal game engine. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, it's too big, and I don't know by how much. I guess it doesn't actually have to be this flat. There's no reason. Just giving myself undue suffering. Okay. How's that? Is it actually correct on the left side? Like, you can see it shining through a bit. I guess. Oh yeah, you can sort of tell. Whoops. Okay. Boop, boop. How's that? A little bit more. Yeah, it is correct on the left side at least. This is thrilling content to watch, I'm sure. Okay, that's a little too far. Boop. I think that might be right, actually. Yeah, that's right on the left and the right. Just need the up and the down. And then we have this annoying giant square. in the background of our stage. Okay, that's too short. Okay, I guess it was, bottom was about as close as it's gonna get. Tools, stretch 1. Like obviously I could make the grid more fine, but okay. That is our screen bound rectangle Metron. Yay. And then obviously we want to make it invisible. That didn't do that? There we go. Invisible. Wait, but now I can't see it at all. How do I get back to it now? Yeah, if you make it invisible, you can't see it in the editor? So how do I edit it? Also, where'd all the bubbles go? Okay, the bubbles are back at least. Okay, so you can go in here and make it invisible, but then it's actually invisible, and how do I ever get it back? Is there a visibility thing? X-ray, does that show it up? Like everything is checked in the X-ray or in the visibility, but it's just invisible. Oh my god. Fine, I guess I'll make it visible for now. And then we can try and make a second screen, like over here. Right? Like, and then we need to move this thing accordingly. What if we add like a let's go into sculpt mode. Let's add a QB. Oh, but you can't see the... I don't want to hide everything else. I want to do the exact opposite. I want to see everything else. I want to place a sculpture right here. And I want to go here. And I'd like to add whoops, not quite. I'd like to add a center of the screen pillar to my giant brick of death. I want to get rid of the gray out effect. Yes, is that possible? Oh, but like, oh yeah, I guess if you go into preferences, you can like change this, right? Yeah. That's annoying, having to go into that menu. What does moderate look like? Well, anyway. I like it most of the time. Okay, now we can set up a second scene, I guess. I guess we'll just have this all coordinated with keyframes? Ugh, I hate keyframes. But anyway. Keyframe. And we'll grab camera pointer and just kind of boopity 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 boopity. Okay. And then if we just add a logic sensor trigger zone, obviously not a circular one, a cube. That's much smaller, but just like right on the edge of the screen. Oh, but it has to be inside the thing, I see. Let's just make it like one tile wide. Stick that on the edge of the screen. I don't want it to follow the player. I want it to... I mean, I want it to follow the player, but I want it to be like screen based, you know, I don't want it to like continuously follow the player. There we go. That can be our trigger zone. And then what if we just say things to detect? Detected. What if we wire that up to the keyframe? What'll that do? And then we'll have to go into these things and mark them as invisible. And then they will never be selected again. Oh, and I can delete that thing. How does that work? Oh. Okay. Cool. Now we just need to first let's get rid of that thing so we don't actually need it. This really just needs to be over slightly. And then how do we get it to trigger forever? Oh, yeah, like that. Cool. And then give it like that. Something like that, maybe? See what that looks like. Whoa. That's very fast, actually. Whoop. Okay. That's like closer to what we want. Whoop. It maybe doesn't need to be that fast, though. Let's just sort of boopity boopity. Something like that. Play. Rewind. Oop. That seems to work decently. Let's make it maybe a lot slower. Okay, that's pretty slick. And honestly, we can make it a lot slower. I don't know why this... Also, why does it cap out at 5 seconds? That's weird. Rewind. Woo, yeah, look at that. Okay. So we can kinda... Okay. Don't rewind everything. But now we need to move the player onto the screen. Or we could just make it so the second screen kind of overlaps the first one a bit. That honestly might be the better thing to do. And let's edit this keyframe. Okay, let's see what that looks like. That's pretty cool. And so I wonder, does the keyframe... Where's the keyframe? Oh, it's still over here. It's so far out of alignment. Here, get on the grid, silly goose. Okay. Does the keyframe have an output that's like, yo, I'm keyframing? It doesn't seem to. Huh. Well, I guess it's not super important, but I'd like to stop the player from moving during that transition. Because you can just kind of... Yeah, you just keep moving. Which is a little weird. But whatever. It's not super important, I guess. I wonder if there's some better way to set this all up. Because we're going to want to do this. If we want to make the full Manaphy game, we're going to have to do this like 20 times. This Manaphy game is 20 screens long. Anyway, let's see what room 2 of the Manaphy game looks like. Ah, it's like room 1, but there are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 Magikarp. So, yeah. Oh, and also I sort of missed the important detail, which is you're not allowed to progress to the next room until you've killed all the enemies in the room that you're in currently. How are we going to do that? How are we going to do that? Okay. I wonder if there's any sort of gadget that could help us. Oh, we could use a trigger zone and just count how many enemies are in the room. Which actually wouldn't be a terrible idea, because then we could get rid of this wall and then just have a trigger zone that, whoops, that represents the current room. Which should be slightly less unwieldy, wieldy, bealdy. Schmealdy, bealdy, fieldy. I know how to talk, especially after doing it for 6 hours. That's something I'm skilled at. Okay, you get out of the way. You shrink down a bit. Okay, so now we can stretch this thing out to the size of the room. I'd still like to have that thing that indicates the center of the room where the camera is. But that's fine. We can live without that. And then this stretches out beyond the bounds of the room slightly. Okay. And let's say that's meant to match oh, so you can check whether it... Okay, interesting. Oh, you can... very interesting. Okay, so let's have it detect foes. Boop, 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 boop. And we want it to count... Yeah, just detect all of them. Yeah, we want at least one. If there is things to detect, labels. What are labels? Can you like attach labels to something or something? Anyway, we don't want it to detect the player. We want it to detect tags. So that's fine. That's what it's set to do. Detection scope everywhere. Dreams is a nightmare. It is basically a fully functional game engine for the PlayStation 4. It is a nightmare to use. Okay. So we want this and not that. So let's make... Oh, well, let's save. Let's make a microchip to contain that logic. Gadgets, logic, microchip. Let's close this thing. Can just sort of stick it kind of like there-ish. I keep pressing the wrong button. And go into the microchip, and we need a AND gate and a NOT gate. And so yeah, then we can get rid of this. Whoops. Well, we will eventually get rid of that. Get rid of this wire. We want this. Go into the AND. I guess we could actually put the trigger zones in the microchips too. I'm not sure how exactly that works. And then we want this to go into the NOT gate. And we want that NOT. And then that ultimately goes into the keyframe. Okay. Does that work? Okay, rewind. Okay, so the Magikarps are alive. You go into the... It didn't work. Yes. Oh, I unchecked everything. Wait. Oh, those are labels. We want labels, not tags. What are tags then? What's the difference between a label and a tag? Rewind. Play. Doobie doobie doop, booby doobie doop, booby doobie 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 doop. Ah, no, you can't escape. This is faithful to the original Manaphy game that you can leave the screen and just explore the void forever. But then if we destroy, if we kill all the Magikarp, then we can go to the next screen. Oh, but the bubbles follow us, which is not faithful to the original Manaphy game. The bubbles should really be destroyed when they go off screen. Which we could maybe do. How would you do that? What if we just make them survive for less time? Then it's less of a problem. I do like how complicated this is getting. Like, it looks all fancy. It's like I'm actually making something. Whoops, I don't want to save a version. I just want a quick save. Okay, I want the emitter. Emitted object lifespan. Like, is 2 seconds enough to make it across the screen? Well, not if it hits a Magikarp. Almost. Let's make it 2.3. Yeah, that should fit any normal use case. Of course, if you are shooting when you go across the screen, well, I have to kill the Magikarp first. Whoop. If you are shooting when you go across the screen, like your bullets will be there and they will probably hit things, which is a little cheating, honestly. So you could make something that kills bullets here. And you're gonna have to repeat all of this logic with like the trigger zone and stuff for every screen. Like, I mean, I can just copy, whoops. I want the actual trigger zone. I can just copy this into there. Did that copy the wire too? No, okay. And then you can copy this trigger zone, like here. To be fair, this is not too far off from how the original Manaphy game was made. Then we can copy this bad boy, denoting the center of the screen. Also, we can rewind. Okay. And what if we copy the keyframe? What does that even do? Okay. Then we need to edit this keyframe so that now the camera is here. Then we need to copy this microchip. And then we can wire everything into the microchip. Think it's gonna be big? It certainly has the potential to. Like it's a very powerful set of creation tools. I feel like at this point, a lot of people don't even know this game exists. Which, to be fair, it's not out yet. Like, the NDA was just recently lifted, so... Anyway. Okay, we have set up a second and, in fact, a third screen. I guess it's not that hard to set up a new screen, but let's see if that all actually worked. There are no enemies on this new screen, so it should be fine. We kill these 3 Magikarp, and we can go on to the next screen. Excellent, that works perfectly. And then there are no Magikarp on this screen, so we should have no trouble going to the next screen. Oh, sorry, my mic's clipping. Oh, man. That works! It works! We made the Manaphy game. And, like, if we want to recreate... If we want to faithfully recreate the second... Hold on, let's go into... Interesting. Let's turn off X-ray because that's annoying me. Yeah, if we want to faithfully recreate the second screen of the Manaphy game, the second screen of the Manaphy game is just a bunch of Magikarp sort of just scattered around. Again, I wish I had a better form of instancing or something, but whatever. There we go. That can be the second screen of the Manaphy game. And now the logic should work. Like, you can't progress to the next screen. But if you kill all the Magikarp, then you can. Oh, the problem is your bullets are already traveling to this next screen. Also, why are they so high? Why is everything so high? Oh yeah, I guess I did place them pretty high. Considering their animations takes them upward only. They should really be placed lower. Considering I think in the original Manaphy game, their animation might have started at the top and took them down. But in this game, it starts at the bottom and takes them up. Or sorry, not in this game. In this version of the Manaphy game. Because this is obviously an official port of the Manaphy game to the Dreams engine. This is the official PS4 version of the Manaphy game. Whoops, fishy. There you go. Let's see how that looks. Boopity boop. We are definitely going to have to implement some sort of level select if we want to. There we go. Look at that. That is... What? What? Oh, are they like all on the wrong plane? Yeah. Wait. Hold on. Let's rewind. So all those Magikarp are on that plane. Is it Manaphy that's not as axis aligned as it should be? Is Manaphy slowly moving outwards? Ugh. So that would be its mover. Like, it looks... Oh, I guess it's a little crooked, maybe. Which would add up. Well, there, that should have... Did that fix that? No, what the frickle? Like, is Manaphy just getting increasingly out of alignment? Yeah, look, Manaphy didn't start out that close to the wall, right? Yeah, no, Manaphy is slowly moving towards the wall the farther right it goes. Maybe I should do that trick to keep Manaphy just on the right axis, where you have it like follow something. But like, if everything's aligned, oh, this is annoying. Here, you align to grid, please, properly. Like my microchip. Grab my mover. This was the problem we were having. Is the back wall aligned? It should be. So I built it using the grid tool. I haven't like turned off the grid tool. Yeah, the back walls are all aligned to the grid. And the Magikarps are all perfectly in line. It's just Manaphy. If I scoot him that way, that's kind of just postponing the problem, I guess. Let's see what that does even. Does that help? No, now he's just behind everything. If I move him far enough left... Okay, yeah, that doesn't help. Oh yeah, if he's far enough left... You can place a tag on the plane you want, then use follower and lock x-axis. Yeah, that's what that tutorial thing said to do. And I didn't think it would be necessary, because I'm just having him move along only the two axes, but evidently he doesn't want to stay aligned, so we kinda, I think, don't have a choice. What's a tag? How do I make a tag? Is it under this? Gadgets? Tag. Oh. Actually, yeah, while I'm here, explain what a tag is. There's ways to make sure a gadget can detect something, but this is one of the simplest and doesn't involve wiring. Snap a tag to something and name it. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Use that name in a gadget with the name field tweak and it'll be able to detect the tag. It also has a positional gizmo that you can be precise about the tag location. Turn off grid, adjust that arrow slightly. And the follower, surface snap, sculpt mode, cube, tag, tweak, blah 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 blah. Well, let's try the tag thing. I need to make sure now that it's in the... Oh my god, I just want it to be... I hate everything. Whatever, I mean, its position is what matters, but I just want it to be straight. I don't know, I guess that does matter because it's got its stupid gizmo poking out of its head. Oh my god, I want to die. Why can't I make this stupid thing straight? There! I did it. It's on the right axis. If you turn off grid, you can make it right, but then how will I know it's exactly right? Like, it should let you just type in a fucking number, honestly, for its orientation. So then you can set the number to 0. Like, there's no option. Actually, I wonder if I don't even need local space now that I'm working on the grid. What game am I making? I'm making the Manaphy game. Actually, yeah, I can just turn off local space. And now that it's working in yeah, that works. Well, those bubbles bounced off the cube, and so they missed. But that's fine. That cube won't be there in the end. Oh, but that's actually a cool idea. I could purposely... I could, like, add things. We have to, like, bounce bubbles. Anyway. If you're new to the stream, I will show you the Manaphy game. It's a game that I made... many, many years ago. Let me pull it up real quick. Takes a while to load, which is dumb. This is the Manaphy game. You play as Manaphy, and you go around shooting bubbles at Magikarp. And this is the second screen with the many Magikarp. And yeah, I guess the bubbles in the original Manaphy game are a lot bigger than this one. Anyway, the third screen of the Manaphy game, which we're just about at, introduces exciting new enemies that shoot back at you. It immediately becomes a bullet hell. And so we are going to have to, I guess that's the next thing we're going to have to make in our grand adventure. And then eventually you meet these nice Squirtle. They're not actually nice. And there's just a full screen of enemies. This is not a good video game, to be clear. And eventually you run into enemies who have more than one health point. Like this giant Squirtle, who has, I believe, 15 health. There he goes. There's some more giant Squirtle. Anyway, if you're curious, there is... Oh, would you like some bonus points? Of course! See, on the bonus screen, you can kill Magikarp. You can also leave before you've killed all of them. Oh, look at that! These enemies shoot at diagonals, which is just very unkind. And yeah, it keeps going. If you would like to play the original Manaphy game for yourself, it is made in Game Maker, and here is a link to it. It's 20 screens long, and it's not actually very fun. But shoot 'em ups are very easy to make, I find, in just about any game engine. So I figured if I was going to try to sit down and make a game in Dreams, I just realized I didn't actually test the thing I was trying to test. If I'm going to sit down and make a game in Dreams, what better game to start with than the Manaphy game? And so that is what I've been doing for the past 6.5 hours. It's mostly been learning Dreams. And this is the progress I have made so far. I still don't fully understand Dreams, but we've made a lot of progress, I think. Right, so let's test the thing I was working on. Just a second. I've been ignoring my friends all evening. I think they wanted me to make dinner, but it might be a little too late for that. We'll see. Okay, let's test if that second screen works correctly now. And then maybe we'll do a full playthrough with the, like, weird orange things removed. Oh, what? No, why? Oh, right, those were the things that bounced off the cube. Okay, all the Magikarp are dead, so we should be able to go into the third screen now. Excellent, we can. This is fantastic. And so now, if we want to see the Manaphy game in its true glory, we can get rid of these sort of guide blocks that we've been using. And we can play it properly. We can rewind it first. Oh, I got rid of the bubbles. I accidentally deleted the bubbles. Stupid, boopid, stupid. Bring back the bubbles. Okay. It's so easy to accidentally delete the bubbles because they're literally everywhere. Anyway, okay. This is what the Manaphy game is meant to look like without the weird giant cube. You shoot the Magikarp. I should probably, honestly, at some point, make the Magikarp look better. But whatever. You go into the next screen. You shoot some more Magikarp. Oh, what? No. Is it still... It's still off axis. Why is it still off axis? I wonder, is it not Manaphy that's off axis? Is it the I wonder if it's the whatchamajigger. Yeah, I never did the following thing, but I wonder if hold on, let me test on this screen. If I go far enough left and I try to shoot. Yeah, see, it's not Manaphy that's off axis. It's the spawner emitter. The thing with Dreams is that it's a lot more easy. I don't know if I agree that Dreams is any easier than a real game engine. Like, certainly some things in it are, like, I wouldn't have been able to make this Manaphy model and making all these bubbles look nice. That was pretty easy. And, you know, if you want to make what this game is made for, if you want to make a 3D platformer, I'm sure that's a lot easier than what I'm trying to do here, because the game has, like, nice prefabs for making 3D platformers, right? And, you know, if you want to not make everything from scratch, if you want to use other people's creations and remix them into your own thing, like if you want to use someone else's first-person shooter controller and import that into your creation and do that sort of thing, like that, yeah, that's the sort of thing Dreams is designed for. But I wanted to go into this and make my own thing entirely from scratch. And, like, it's even a 2D game. Like, you'd think 2D games would be pretty easy. But no, Dreams is very much designed for 3D games, and it doesn't really have a good tool set for making 2D games, right? Which is kind of weird to think about. So yeah, like, there are a lot of things... There are many things that are easier in Dreams than they are in real game engines, but I also think for just generic game making, like a real game engine, whether it be Game Maker or Godot or Unity or even like Unreal Engine or something. I've never used Unreal Engine, but I can't imagine it's that hard. Yeah, I just feel like in general real game engines are easier. Of course, real game engines come with the caveat that you have to learn how to code, but, like, that's not actually that hard compared to, like, you know, wiring up these microchips and stuff. Like, that's not a complicated one. Does Manaphy have? Yeah, Manaphy has a slightly more complicated one. Like, I guess, to be fair, I didn't really have to write much or wire up much to get all this stuff working, but honestly, you wouldn't have had... In a real game engine, you wouldn't really have had to wire much up to get it working. Just a second. Okay, so let's see. Right, we need to fix Yeah, we need to fix the emitter. So let's scope into the emitter and see. Right, we need to like open it, drag this stuff out of the way. So yeah, there's its arrow. How do I get the arrow? I chose, that didn't do what I wanted, did it? Is it? It's kind of hard to tell. Grab the tip of the arrow? Oh, okay. So like if I'm using grid snap, so it should be snapped to the grid, right? Go this way. Is that gonna make it faster or something? That'd be pretty dumb. Did that work? It seems like it's working. Oh, okay. Okay, let's check the next screen, which is where we were having trouble in the first place. Oh, did it? Yeah, it seems like it's working now. I guess that fixed it. Well, it's still going to bounce off the cube, but that's fine. And now we can go on to the third screen. Okay. Now that we've fixed that, let's quick save. And now let's appreciate the Manaphy game. No, don't delete the bubbles. Appreciate the Manaphy game in its true glory. Let's rewind. There we go. The Manaphy game, look at those beautiful bubbles. Going way off into the distance. There's no music, because that's hard. It's not hard. I guess it wouldn't be hard, because I do have a MIDI to work with. It would just be tedious. I'd have to transcribe it note by note. And there we go. That is the Manaphy game so far. Let's bring our guides back. Getting texted at. I do apologize. Okay. So yeah, if we wanted to go ahead... Whoops. If we wanted to go ahead and make the third screen of the Manaphy game, at that point, we would have to make Mantike, which is the first enemy in the game that actually shoots back. And I've been at this. You can go back and replace the placeholders with other objects. What placeholders? I mean, the backdrop grid is a temporary thing, but that's not a placeholder for anything. There is no placeholder art in this game. This is all the final, complete, beautiful masterpiece. What could you possibly be talking about? This is an artistic rendition of a Magikarp. I don't know what more you could be looking for. Anyway, I'll probably at some point go back and change the Magikarp. But the Manaphy honestly turned out a hell of a lot better than I thought it would, considering I was originally just going to use a cylinder or a capsule for my Manaphy, and instead we've got this thing that is in fact vaguely Manaphy shaped, and it's even got textures. What more could you ask for in a Manaphy? We can delete that thing because we're not using it after all. Anyway, I've been at this for nearly 7 hours. I think it's about, and I've got something I think can reasonably be called a video game. Reasonably. I think it's about time to call this quits. I will almost certainly be returning to Dreams at some point, and probably this exact game. I might as well finish it, right? Considering this beta only goes on for like 3 more days. I think it ends on Monday. That probably won't be until the full game comes out. But yeah, once the full game comes out, I will come back to this. Which, yes, means I have to publish this because it is not going to carry over the save data from the beta unless you upload your creations online. So I can save it as private, or I could save it and release it and let other people appreciate it. Let's see, can I not edit the name from here? Well, whatever. That's what versions exist for. Work. Whoops, I don't know how to type on a PS4, evidently. How do you capitalize? Work in progress. Whoops. Work in progress. Version 1. Done. That. Edit the cover page. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's cool. You can change the... Yeah, I like this one. Ah, and then I can change the title here. Okay. And then you can choose... Hold on, let's take a photo. Actually, yeah, no, let's go with that one. That looked... Whoops. Is that background photo? Yeah, that's just about perfect. How do I pick it? Oh, L1 plus X. Why? Ooh, I like the ones where it goes on the second line. There we go. Something like that. Manaphy game. Work in progress. Yeah, save. Making something public is forever. You will not be able to take it back. Oh, but you can stop it from appearing in searches. Okay. That's fine. I guess because other people could then remix your thing. If you could, like, take it back, that would be weird. Okay. There you go. My creation has been released to the world. Hopefully they don't take it down for copyright infringement. Because, I mean, this is clearly a perfect recreation of Manaphy. So yeah, if you happen to be in the Dreams beta, you oh, look at it. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. I guess you will find it under, because it's not a full game. Ooh, now that I've actually been editing for a while, what is my whatever going to be? I'm level 16. I like to play. I have a new passion. Art. Art is my passion. No, that's not true. So, yeah, if it's not a full, like, dream. So, it's not under dream surfing, I think. You have to go under dream shaping, then browse, and then it's a game scene, I suppose. And then if you filter by most recent... There it is! There it is! I encourage you all. I am sorry for clipping my mic. I am just very excited to put my game out in the world. That's cool that you can like upload work in progress stuff like this, and then you can update it, and like it won't show up in the full list of games until it's actually done. Like that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. that this this is what you will find if you go on Dreams and you search for the Manaphy game. And then there's nothing on the third screen. And then you just go off into infinity. Thank you for joining me. Thank you to all of those of you out there, like Poker, however you pronounce that, who are Dreams experts, who have been helping me out along the way. Hopefully the full game will have a more complete set of tutorials, and once the full game comes out, I myself will be a Dreams expert as well. I hope to be. Until then, this has been the Manaphy game, this has been Dreams, this has been Pieman Rules. You're an expert compared to me, at least, or at least compared to me 7 hours ago. I hope y'all had fun hanging out in the chat. I have not been paying too much attention to the statistics. How many total views have we had on this thing? Total view time, 102 hours. That's... Okay. That's a lot of time. Average view duration, 7 minutes. That's good enough. Alright. That's all I have got for now. Thank you for joining me. The video, the live stream archive, I guess I'll make it unlisted until it finishes processing, and then it should be up hopefully sometime tonight. My father wants to know what type of light bulbs I own. My friends want me to make them dinner. I've been neglecting all of my friends and family to bring you Dreams. I will see you next time. Goodbye. How do I make it fade out? Hold on. Let me get a fade. Bye bye.